I think that's fairly balanced. Nah, I could go up more. Could go up a smidge. Okay. There we go. All of the... Actually, is the audio working? It is. Okay. All of the cameras have these really worn out volume potentiometers for each channel. So, yeah, every time I start the stream, I have to make sure my audio is working. Otherwise, what will happen is I won't have audio for 3.5 hours, which was funny a couple times ago. A couple streams ago. Alright, let's see here. What did I do yesterday? Yesterday, I tore apart some computers and hacked some Wii's. Off stream, I shimmied some cameras around, and I got this guy, which is right here. So now you can actually see what I'm doing here. So that should be pretty cool. I cleaned this one out as well, so it's not nearly as dusty as before. And I also just, went outside and dusted off some crud. So we should be good. Let me just do some computer stuff first. Like personal stuff on my laptop. I just got home. Ooh, here we go. GameCube controller lot, untested. We got a bunch of junk third-party ones. Oh, $36? $34 in shipping? You gotta learn how to ship things if you're gonna sell on eBay. Otherwise, I'm gonna send you an offer of $5 because each one of those controllers is worth about $5, and if there's 6 of them, that's $30. And if you're already asking for $34 in shipping, that's like the whole valuation of what you're selling. You may as well throw them in the trash, or figure out how to ship without just having eBay do it for you. Because if you have eBay do it for you, you're going to pay a fortune, and no one's going to buy your stuff. Oh, another Wii dev kit. Just popped up on eBay as well, but it's just the unit. Looks pretty clean though. Also wants 1,100 for it. But no cables, nothing. The box, just the box. Boring. I think it's crazy. Sometimes I'll never understand why people list things for so much, even though every single day there's like a bajillion of them showing up on eBay. It's like, especially with GameCubes, everyone wants $100 for their busted up GameCube. It's like, there's literally 100 new listings for GameCubes every single day, and nobody's buying them. Right? It's just weird. I don't know. People are dumb. They don't know how to sell. They just think because it's sold, because some idiot paid $100 for this, I must be able to sell mine for $100. And that's not the case. In the slightest. Like, not at all. Not even a little bit. Alright, let me close this. Let me check my audio again really quick just to make sure that this is okay. Yeah, it's okay. I'd give it a solid 6 out of 10 okay audio. I suppose that's about as good as I'm gonna get. These built-in mics on these cameras, they are, yeah, they're fine. I'd really rather just use the shotgun mic, but you know, it's kind of close for that application. So I'm also going to turn up channel 2 again, like that. I think that's better. A little bit more. A little bit more. Oh, I just fucked up channel 1. Test. Alright, I think that's okay. I feel like channel 2 is still a bit low. And it's still kind of low. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So I clean this. Gonna be building a system in this. Not gonna need that. These cables are still kind of dirty, but I don't feel like cleaning them. What I will do. Pull all these out. Just kind of resort them a little bit. What is this? Power switch. So I still haven't considered storage for this system. I could have done a slightly better job of blowing this out, but I guess that's okay. There's probably a bunch of gunk underneath this. The back panel on this doesn't come off, so can only do so well. Realistically. Oh, I forgot I was eating Wendy's. I ate most of it. It's no big at this point anyway. I only had like half of a chicken tender left anyway, so that's fine. It was expensive. I paid $21 at Wendy's today. That's why I try not to eat at those places, because $21, that's that's me working for an hour and a half to feed myself for a third of the day. That's like a lot. It's a lot of money. Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna clean these because I don't care. And I think those standoffs are in mostly the right spot. Let me grab that board. Yeah, I also off stream earlier this morning. I've just, when I blew off the board, I also put the memory and the CPU in. So it's the Core 2 Duo E8400. It's, should be good enough for what we're doing. Just, 2 cores, it's plenty. 2 cores at 3 gigahertz. 4 gigs of RAM. That should suffice for this purpose. I was thinking maybe 8 gigs, but these are actually brand new sticks that I picked up for free, so figured I'd just toss them in. Most of my DDR3 is kind of just everywhere, all over the place. This is also 1066. The chip itself supports 1333, but I didn't feel like digging for it. So, besides, I want something that is most likely going to work while I make sure that all this still functions. I assume what's here is good. I know the chip really should be good because it was working when I pulled it out. Memory's brand new. I tested the system before I took it apart. That board works. So yeah, standoffs look like they're in the right spot. I gotta grab that I/O plate. The plate. Hopefully, if I remember from last time, this guy was a bitch to get out. So hopefully, it's not too much of a bitch to get in. But, okay. Boom. It's a little tight. By a little tight, I mean very tight. Okay. There we go. Just had to find the right spot. I had to push. Oh, and it came out the bottom too. Come on. Ouch. Oh. Come on. Oh, I'm gonna turn this around. That way I can see. I can see what you're seeing. Oh, you know what else I'm gonna do? I was gonna do that. Make sure we're on autofocus. How's that look? Happy with that? This board is just in the way. That's what I'm working with. It is a pain. There we go. Just one more clip. Come on. Ow. See, it's mostly in, but on this side, it's pushing on that slot cover. We're going to try to screwdriver it in. So what we can do, if you can see, so we're going to come in here. The screwdriver's too big for this, actually. Oh, let's not hurt myself, please. You just gotta make a little space to get the clips in. Man, what is with this IO shield? I don't understand, like, this is the first time I've ever had to struggle putting in an IO shield. It's crazy. Alright, we're just gonna push from the back. Just bending the frickin' case. Man, what the? Alright, so I managed to bend the case pretty good. Just push it all in. Now I'm gonna start with this side instead. Okay, we're getting there, almost. This side looks pretty good. Now we gotta get this bottom corner in. There's more case support on this side of it, so we won't bend the case too bad when we push really hard. There we go. All right. That is the most difficult IO shield I have ever put in by like a mile. 2 miles even. I mean, it, like normally they just kind of pop right in. But there's something about the way they manufactured this one, where those bumps on the sides, the clips that hold it in. Wow, that was a lot. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get this board in. Okay, screws. I feel like this thing is not really in focus as well as it could be. I mean, it might just be too much light. We'll do that instead. Adjust the camera instead of the lighting, because that way now I can see better. We'll just use some pretty standard screws. We'll just thread them all in pretty good, not all the way, just enough so we can continue to scooch the board around, because it isn't quite sitting how I'd like it to. Right there. Just screw them in loosely and then give them a nice snug. Boom. All right. Screws out of the way. So this board has a speaker on it. I don't know if there's a header for the speaker on the case. It's an intrusion switch. It's funny. Oh, I think that's it right there. Next to the front panel audio connectors, there's a 3-1, but I think that's a different type of audio. I don't think that's the beeper. So it's not actually really labeled properly. Oh no, yeah, it is SPDIF. That's right. Sony Philips. I mean, this board has a beeper on it. We don't really need to plug this one in, but it would be cool if we could. But I do not see it. So we'll just pop it right out. And this big guy, this is front USB. What's this one? That's FireWire, and then this is the audio. Audio first. I'll pop in the USB. I'll make it. It goes like that. Looks good. You know, I could replace this fan, but that's a lot of work for not a lot of reason. So we'll just wrap it up around. Of course, you can't see. It's always super annoying when they put them like right here where when they put the headers right in front of the PCI slots. You also can't see very well. It's too way in. Can I focus? Oh, okay. I focus the other way. Maybe. I feel like I swear the focus adjustment on this does not work. I don't know. Anyway. Go back to the zooming this out, and then FireWire is going to go to a FireWire card. And then these front panel connectors. This guy is power switch. What we're going to do first is we're going to tie these guys up. In the right order. The clip is not as big as I was hoping. It fits these three, and that's it. That's not a big deal. Alright. Power button. This guy. These are power LED. I do not remember which is positive and which is negative on the board side. Usually it's labeled on the board side. Oh, these ones aren't even labeled on the connector, but I mean, I know what it is. I assume positive is on the outside of the block. Wait, is this the reset switch? But we're going to do the light first because it's easier to get to this way. Probably should have done this one like first, but oh well. And this is the switch. Alright, cool. Now I could button these up a little bit better, but we'll just kind of push them out of the way for now. Just in case I did something wrong. I probably did. Probably did. I think I always mix up the LEDs because they're oh, what's the word? I can't think of it. I feel like it starts with a P. LEDs are polarized. Polarized. That is the word, yeah. I'm gonna grab that card if I remember where I put it. Where did it go? Oh, it's over here. So this guy, boom, is gonna be there's a custom driver that gets used for the microscope camera, and it's applied to the device. So even though this thing's got 3 whole ports on it, unfortunately, it's only going to have 1 camera on it, which is fine because I really only need 1 anyway. However, I don't want to say the whole reason I'm using this case, because I actually just do really like this case, and it's good for what I need it to do. It does have this jack on the back, which I want to test. Wait a minute. See, this one's different. That's weird. I kind of want to take apart the Stream PC now. Does the stream look kind of dark, or is that just my perspective? No, that's good. This is in the way. There we go. So, you know, I'm thinking about it. I feel like I don't care. I'm going to test this first to see if it even works. And then I'm going to investigate, because I'm not sure if either I got a miswired cable or if the internal 10-1 pin header on the PCIe controllers is, I don't want to say miswired because it's HP bullshit. So, you know, HP did whatever pinout they wanted to when they designed the card, you know. So I can't really fault them. I can call them morons, but I can't fault them for it. I mean, I guess I can. It is their fault. It's not really a fault. It's just how they did it. So I guess you could consider that faulting them for it. Pop that right in. Ba-boom. that's that. Now, I'm thinking about putting a graphics card in this machine because it's gonna have multiple purposes. So there are times where it's gonna have to emulate some GameCube and Wii games, for instance, which means it needs a decent card in there for it. Assuming, of course, this is the machine I want to use for that. But I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure that this is the one I want to use. So the next most powerful system that I've got is a Core 2 Quad, and that's a full ATX board, and I'm gonna use that for a different project. And it's definitely not being used to do any of that stuff. So, I mean, I guess it could. Nah, it's not being used for that. Anyway, let's think here. So I don't have any drive bay covers for this machine. So there's going to be a big gaping hole in the front unless I fill it with something. I'm not exactly sure what I want to fill it with, though. So, also, storage might be a little bit of a pain. Oh, that's right. So I've also got this guy, Dell Optiplex, old router, but I think I'm going to use this one to run some Docker containers. Just a couple of them, really simple. I forget what chip this has in it. It's probably nothing special. Probably just a dual core. I mean, it's just going to be like two single-threaded Docker containers. Like one a file share and the other just a web app. So this should suffice for that. Yeah, we're putting a graphics card in this guy. On the one hand, I like having machines that are single purpose only, where it's like this computer does this, and that's all it does, and so it's built to do that. But they are general purpose machines, so there's nothing really wrong with having it fulfill more than one purpose. Especially when it's very convenient for the machine to fulfill that purpose, right? Like, it's already going to be there. Right. So, like, on the one hand, this is going to be down in the basement, so I can add additional items, like, objects that I am streaming on the network, so it can get picked up by my primary streamer, right? However, it's also going to come with me to some video game tournaments. But I also want it to run Windows 7, but technically Slippy, which runs Melee, it's a branch of the Dolphin emulator that is kind of like geared towards playing Melee, and it's got like rollback netcode that was written by people significantly more intelligent than me. And they decided that they're only going to support Windows 10, even though Windows 7 and Windows 8 are literally the same freaking operating system. It's just a matter of, there's minute differences. I get it, but I actually haven't tried to run it on Windows 7, so we'll see if, like, even if it's not supported, right? I'm not asking them to test every single build of their software to run on archaic versions of Windows,
But hopefully they don't just say, we're going to check for the build version of your operating system, and if it's below a certain number, you can't run the software. That's what I hate the most, when it just says, sorry, you can't run this. I'd rather it just crash. Right? I'd rather it gets its best effort, and if it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, it crashes. And then I say, okay, it's not going to work. Right? But instead, most software just says, it checks the frickin' version number, and then it says, no. Sorry, we know the Windows API hasn't changed since Windows Vista all too much. Maybe just a little bit. But you're not going to run it, sorry. So hopefully they don't do that. Because this guy's not going to run Windows 10 on 4 gigabytes of RAM and a dual core chip. This thing could run Windows 10 and nothing else. Which is why I want to avoid it, if at all possible. So we're gonna move forward under that assumption that Windows 7 will work for our purposes, and we will install that graphics card. Okay. Let's pop in the power supply first. Yo, we got something real fancy here. We got a Salvation Army. Boom. Is that text inverted? Oh, it's backwards on the... Oh, the camera's in mirror. That's why. Okay. Yeah, $6 power supply. They bundled up the cables really nice. You know? Like, they bundled them up the right way, so I'm hopeful that they donated this with good intentions, and it still functions. Because I don't really have a lot of power supplies. Especially ones that have 6-pin PCIe auxiliary power. Fuck. Auxiliary. That's how you say it. It's not auxil, it's auxil, like auxiliary. 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 'Cause that's how it's spelled, at least. Auxiliary. Auxiliary. I don't know. Aux. Anyway. I gotta get this. I could leave the paper sticker on, actually, just so I know I got it, but I don't like stickers. Can't stand these cheap paper stickers. Every time I rip off a sticker, I always think, dang, I should have just left it on there. Oh well, that's good enough. Alrighty. Just gonna pop it right in. We're just gonna assume this power supply works because, you know, that's the more fun way to do things. You know, build now, troubleshoot later. Let's see, I'm running low on screws. I'll have to go to the basement to get more, I think. We're going to use these ones. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to grab this screw. We're going to use it over here. Again, we're just threading them all pretty good, but not tightening them by any means. Just making sure they're in there and they won't fall out. Especially since this case does not hold power supplies very well. They kind of float a little bit. And then we're actually gonna pick this up like that. Not in all the way. And we'll center it pretty good right there. Actually going to spin this around. Oh, I'm also going to put that screw back in the firewire card. Boom. Okay. Let's see here. Let's pull out our PCIe auxiliary. What do we got here? We've got, oh, this is actually the only one. This is our CPU auxiliary. Here.
go right in. Bam, bam. Tuck that one out of the way for now. And then the CPU only has to go so far. I'm going to presume that the one that's super bent up like this is the first one. But actually, because I'm pretty sure it does matter. I mean, not that it doesn't really matter, but I think they're keyed differently. Yeah. They're keyed differently, but technically this one's the correct keying. I think they're keyed differently because it does not matter. Well, I mean, you'd think they'd be keyed differently because it does matter, but this one, but I think either of these would fit in that, which is totally fine since it's the same pinout regardless. Boom. Kind of just tuck this. Tuck it that's out of the way. Now we've got a whole boatload of SATA and Molex. I do not think I'm going to put a floppy drive in this computer. It would be funny, but I have absolutely no reason to, so I will refrain from doing so. This is all Molex. This is all useless, at least at the moment. So we're going to think about this. So obviously, I'm gonna put a hard drive here. Just a SATA hard drive. That'll do. But I'd kind of like an SSD. The problem is that the problem is I just don't really have one suitable at the moment. I have I've got that 16 gigabyte one, but I'm leaving that for the container server. I'm going to find some junk drives to pop in here just to fill it up. I don't really have any junk ones necessarily. I have a pile of units that are really poor performing at low speeds, which seems kind of strange when you say it out loud, but when I go to burn CDs for like older game consoles that use them, for example, you got to burn as slow as you possibly can, and some drives they just spit out CDs that these old drives can't read, so they're just not as good. I've got a couple that put out some pretty good discs, but these guys
These guys here are kind of trash, so we'll just pop them in. Actually, this one looks... Wait a minute, are those like literally the same? No way. So this is one that I pulled out of this computer. And then this is one that I've had for quite a while. So we're going to put both of these in the system because that's funny and because I don't have a use for them. Use the rest of these screws here. Which ones? Some of these had a thinner thread, I think. Yeah, like all of them. I thought these had the same thread type. Yeah, they don't. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, I forgot that one's stripped. I should have put that in a different hole, I think. But oh well. Now, okay, I'm not quite out of screws. They just look a little different, but I will not allow my OCD to get in the way. They are just screws for drives that are not connected. These could be tighter. Okay. So these are all Molex, but I will need SATA. So this guy here, we're gonna put it. Shove that whole nest in there. And then I don't really need these either. This is why they invented modular power supplies. good for now. Let's grab that graphics card. So we got this is an R9. This is an R9 380. Bam. It's pretty swag. Why? Because analog, first of all. Second of all, compatible with the CRT EMU driver, which means I can have this thing put out whatever frickin' not just resolution, but pixel clock. What's the term? Is it dot clock? I think it's dot clock. Whatever I want. This thing can put out whatever I want, and it's also decently powerful, right? Like this thing will run like TF2 and freaking Half-Life and whatnot. So, and Melee. Come on. There's something about this board. Oh, no, there we go. Like a glove. Boom. That's the second time I've used the phrase like a glove. The first time today was when I was putting on a glove and someone asked me, "Does this glove fit?" And I put it on and I replied, "Like a glove." Now we'll check out our... Get this out of my way first. Got whatchamacallits, PCIe aux power, 75 watts per 6-pin. You add the +2, it becomes 150. So this card has two 6-pin. We will pop that guy in. I almost wonder if I should wait to plug this in, power up the system, make sure this power supply isn't going to blow up, and then plug this in. Well, nah, that's not as fun. Besides, this card is not terribly expensive. Even so many years ago, it was only like $40. I'm sure it's about the same still. I mean, it is a fairly, it is a fairly versatile card. You know, drivers that just kind of work and they don't need to be updated every week. Yeah, I wish we didn't start doing that. But, you know, internet makes everything possible, including driver patches daily. Fix some things, break others, system instability all the time, always. It's stupid. I hate it. Alright. That's good. And now the drive. I could use the same hard drive. Oh no, I can't use the same hard drive because it's not SATA. This board is too new for this case. So we're gonna slide that out the way. think about what hard drive I'm going to put in here. I could just do like an 80 gig, one of those 80 gig drives. Actually, no, I'm sorry. This is one of those 80 gig drives, and they are parallel ATA. Just not gonna work. All right. I'm gonna go, let's see here. What am I gonna do? See, that's the problem, is that, like, I know that this is a problem and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about storage, and then I just say, oh, I'll just keep building the system anyway. Now I get to this point where it's time to plug in the hard drive or whatever I was going to use, and I don't have anything. I do have some things, but I don't think they're in very great condition. I wouldn't trust them with data, right? That's the thing. And it's not like I'm storing important data on them. It's just, you know, like, I don't want to do all this work configuring a Windows operating system and installing software and drivers and then, like, relying on it to some extent. And then I go to plug it in and it doesn't boot, you know, a year from now, let's say. So that's the concern. I could just net boot it, but then when I take this places, I would need, yeah, that's not gonna work. I'd need something to boot off of anyway. Oh, let's grab that capture card. I think it's in here. Got one in the box. Boom. But I think this is just the box and all the. Oh no, it is in here. Okay. Sweet. Boom. You think that battery? Oh, I bet that battery's no good. Hold on. We're gonna pop that battery out first. I'm gonna get that dude right out of there preemptively. Also clearing the CMOS while we're at it, just in case it's, you know, old and messed up. Especially with all these configuration changes, it just makes sense to tell the CMOS to kill itself briefly. Get out of there. Got it. We'll pop in some fresh panties. Yeah. We got some Panny Sierra 2032s that expire in 2036. So these things should be fresh. Boom. All right.
Now we'll pop this in. No, it's actually just this card. Poorly manufactured. Yeah. This card, when I had a half-height bracket on this, the case that I pulled this board out of, which is, half-height case, yeah, this card I couldn't get to go in at all. And that's because both that case and this card are just not, they're just not built properly. Because this is how the card wants to sit, and you can see it's just a little bit off. It's slightly annoying when this happens. So I can't just really bend the case to it, but hopefully it's still making okay contact. I guess it's as long as it's making contact, it's okay. I'll just brighten it up. All right, look at that. We are almost done. I'm a little worried about I'm a little worried about that power supply, I guess. Like, I really ought to test it beforehand, but like, it looks pretty clean, all things considered, right? Me win the $6 power supply. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Okay. I'm gonna look for a hard drive. All right, we got a couple options. We have a Western Digital 320 gig drive. We have another 320 gigabyte Hitachi Desk Star. These Hitachi drives I know are pretty good. I bet this one still works just fine. And then we've got a 40 gigabyte Seagate Barracuda and a 250 gigabyte also Seagate Barracuda, but Dell branded. I think there were a couple more down there, but I think we're gonna go with this guy because I like the way this guy looks. It's not SSD, so it's not ideal, but that doesn't mean it won't work. Now let's look at this. So this guy, this power connector here, out of focus. It's out of frame, I mean. It's going to come down and plug in like this, like that. Is that good? That is. So we're going to mount it like so. Boom. This one feels unnecessarily tight. I don't know if it's that screw or if it's the hard drive, the threading on the drive. It's the threading on the drive. That's okay. Oh man, those cables are getting in the way. That's unfortunate. I didn't think that was going to happen. I should have thought about that. Yeah, so these cables here are kind of in the way. This one's not really in the way. I can just scooch that one behind pretty easily, but it's the 24 pin is just way too big. Change how we run that, like that. Cool. Can't tell if it's like lifting up the board a ton or not. It kind of looks like it is. See that? That right there is how you manage cables right there. That's what that is. That's some S tier cable management. That's how it's done. Now all we need is our SATA cable. Let's see. So I'm going to have an angled down. Unfortunately, I can't get. Unfortunately, they don't make SATA cables that have like two angled ends. That would be pretty sweet. Let's see. How about a red one? This system wants a red SATA cable. But I think I just broke that cable, but I did just pull this out. It's a silver clear SATA cable. Nah, too gaudy. Alright, I got a black one and a red one. Of all the red ones I have, I could only find one red one that also is angled. It just so happened to be angled in the right direction. And yeah, this one should definitely be long enough, so I don't need the black one. I hope this one works. So that's the other thing, you never really know if they're actually functional or not. And of course, you know what, I actually thought about this. I thought about this conundrum 10 to 15 minutes ago. If you see, can you see where you can't? No, there's no way. Yeah, this camera's mirrored. Okay, the SATA connectors are down in here, and I forgot that I was gonna actually plug in a SATA cable before I put the graphics card in. But then I forgot that because I thought about the storage, and then I decided to not think about the storage and wait to think about it, which then made me forget that I needed to plug in this SATA cable. So we are just gonna wing it. I really wanted one with an angle over here because it's right in the way of the fans. But I also this one has to be angled because otherwise the case won't fit. Okay, so I got it over the port, but now I need something to push it in. Unfortunately, you can't push a cable. I have to get my hand in there. All right, and push. Let's go.
Boom. And that's how it's done. Now hopefully this drive works. Oh yeah, the other cool part about this case, that's why I like it, it's got this. Boom. And then it locks too. So I'm going to extend it all the way. And I'm going to put it right over the CPU cooler. Boom. Didn't even have to adjust it. Oh, the front panel. Yeah. Freshly cleaned. I also did break one of the clips while trying to get it off, but that just means it'll be easier to get back on. No problems there. Oh, it's gonna fall off, isn't it? I forgot to screw that on. Stand that up. Screw this back together. It's probably pretty important. Right, back together again. Now place your bets. Is it gonna blow up? I guess we'll find out. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just power it on and make sure it actually turns on, and then we'll deal with how to get video output from it and where that's gonna go and all that. Here, I'll turn it around so you can see the power supply in case it blows up. Make sure that's off. It is. Make sure that's set to 115. It is. With these older power supplies, they do not just switch by magic. There is an actual switch, and that says 115. Okay. Ooh. Is not happy. All right, now we troubleshoot. Where did I put that screwdriver? I wonder if it was actually just complaining about CMOS settings disappearing? But that doesn't sound like it. Yeah. That is something else.
I wonder if it is the power supply. We should probably get our multimeter on that. Alright, let's take a peek. So it's coming from the board. It's not. It almost starts beeping immediately. Like there is no time. So it hardly gets anywhere through post, and then it starts complaining about one of the first things it checks. It's probably a power issue because this power supply is probably bunk, if I had to guess. Which would be unfortunate, you know. 'Cause it's kind of like the only one I have. Let's pop out this 24 pin. I'm gonna go get my power supply jumper and a multimeter. Probably not going to put the magnets here. There we go. Now let's short this. Boom. Let's also pull out, this, because there's also two 12-volt rails. So we're going to check both of them. I presume the one that's blue is the other. And then we're going to use the 24 pin itself to check the 4 pin on the 24 pin to check the other voltages. And that should be all the voltages that matter. I'm going to disconnect power from the hard drive. Wow, why won't that come out? What's going on here? Ouch. Okay, there we go. Whew. Alright. I think that pretty much disconnects everything, so I should be good to just plug this guy in and turn it on. Alright, spins. Now let's investigate. 12 volt. I'm just going to call this rail 1 because I don't know which is actually which. Hey, that's 12 volts. Oops, I lost it. Hold on. Let me just triple check. 12 volts, right on the money. Alright, let's check rail 2. Working with another spot on 12 volts. Let's check the 4 pin on the 24 pin. We're reading 3.3. We are reading 12. We are reading 5. Yep. That looks like a good power supply to me. But this board is beeping. What is this board beeping about? can't be the memory. It just didn't even get that far. I don't think I manhandled the board too roughly. Although when I was shimmying that 24 pin around, I certainly was. But I don't think that would be the problem necessarily. Unless it's just the CMOS being corrupted because maybe I didn't leave the. Oh, I can turn this off now. Maybe I didn't leave the CMOS battery out for long enough, and so it's just having a bad day. Let's power it up with the CMOS battery out. That's what we'll do. So we'll pull this card out. We'll pop this battery out. Leave that out. Well, power supply's good, so we'll just plug it right back in. And well, it seems okay, at least for now. I don't know if once this puppy gets put under load, if it starts acting haywire or not. So that'll be another something to check. But I mean, at that point, it would just shut the system off. It would reset the system from probably just doing a low voltage. Voltage would drop once you put load across the power supply, and then it's just like, nope, too much. I couldn't imagine it going the other way around where it overvolts, But also, I don't know a ton about what could possibly go wrong and what the outcomes would be. But that is my hypothesis of what at least I would expect to happen. Could also be complaining about the CPU, but I checked and this board definitely supports the CPU. But it does not rule out the possibility that it actually does not support this CPU. Maybe the BIOS version is too old to support this CPU. Maybe a newer version does, but I guess I doubt that a little bit. But that is very possible considering just how soon it starts freaking out. Also, this CPU might. It's very dusty. Still very dusty. Considering how I don't really know if this CPU's A-okay or not. Could be that. Could be that. We'll leave the graphics card unplugged for now. And that certainly can't be how it complains about no keyboard or video, right? Surely not. Right. Let's try again. Oh, the CPU fan's not even spinning. Oh, it's the CPU fan. Dude's not even. Oh, the cable's in the way. That's funny. Let's move that. Let's move that out the way without bothering to unplug the system because I don't care enough. It's the CPU fan stuck alarm. Boy, was it stuck. Oof, still dust in there. Okay, that is not what that was. But the CPU fan was stuck, and now it is unstuck. Okay. So Let's think here. Oh, I got the power LEDs, right? So that's cool. Let's just keep trying. Let's just give it a couple more attempts. Hit the reset button. Let's hold the reset button. Almost immediately. This power button is very worn out. Whoa! That was a lot of dust that just fell out of the power supply.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna take this dude outside, hit it with another, hit it with some more compressed air.
right. All right. So my next best guess is a CPU incompatibility. So I'm gonna head over to the computer now. Oh, you know what? No internet. Forgot. That's okay, I'll just swap this guy out for this guy. Boom. Okay. No, it should support it. Boom. Okay, so it might be that the CPU is toast. That is another possibility. Because I am super certain that I've powered this board up before in the past and it just worked fine. So I'm not worried about the board, although let's pop out some memory as well. Pop these dudes out while we're at it. Alright. Now let's yeah, we'll pop out the CPU. That was making hardly any contact, okay. Is it hot? No, it's cold. Alright. Let's see what it does now. CPU might be toast. Let's go back to the OG. That OG Pentium type beat. Actually, I don't know what Pentium this even is, so I'll put it in thermal paste. Let's try again.
Okay. Pop in another one of these. Hey! All right. Does that get warm? So, I think that CPU is cooked. But let's try popping it back in. Where is it? Here he is. All right, let's try again. Okay, we're getting closer. Now let's try swapping this to the second channel. Okay, let's let it run for a bit. Oh. Interesting, it just beeped again. It's different this time. Let's see how hot the CPU is, if any. Ooh, okay. A little warm to the touch, so it's doing something. It's not just a giant resistor, it's just a little warm. Let's try popping this back in to have practically the original configuration that we had before. Okay.
So it doesn't like this one. Let's try this one.
No, I think, are they the same? Let's just make sure. PCB is a different color. That's kind of interesting, actually. We're gonna... we're gonna pop out both of these and just try this whole other kit. Technically they are the same, but they work together, so I will keep them together. Is that off? It is, good. It's funny how many systems just come down to this, where it's like there's something funny in them. There's something funny. You don't really know what it is exactly. It's not happy, and then you just start reseating components, and then after doing this for like 15-20 minutes, you'll be back to the first configuration that you had, and it'll just be working, and you won't know why. It's kind of bizarre. Okay. I let go a little bit longer because I know it likes to beep again, like that. But that doesn't seem like an error. It just seems like a post beep. A boot beep and a post beep. Unless it does it again. Which it doesn't. All right. So this memory DIMM is not behaving well in that system. I think we won't throw it out, but we'll set it aside. Just in case this system is deciding to be picky, you know. Also, I noticed that this was not making very good contact, apparently. So let's fix that also. We will fix that by using the original CPU cooler that came with this board. Just have to go dust it off because it's dirty. I also think it's Red Bull time. And that CPU cooler's got to get some isopropyl on it. Gotta make sure I get the chat pulled up again because it's been disconnected this whole time. I forgot. Okay. It don't gotta be the cleanest. It just needs to be, you know, clean-ish. That's pretty good. space here.
Before I mount the CPU cooler, oh, you know, I should probably. Nah, I'm not wasting my time cleaning the surface of the CPU cooler. It's good enough. That's the camera. I'm out of outlets once again. Alright, I think we're probably close enough. I'm going to get HDMI cable and the HDMI splitter. Alright, we got the cable going to the stream PC. We got the splitter. This is going to be EDID display. Actually, I think default is just 1080p, but I'm pretty sure the EDID option checks out port 1, which is going to be my monitor. So now I just need I need 2 more HDMI cables, actually. Although I could use the display port, because it'd be really short. Nah, we'll keep it. No, this should work just fine. We'll just do that. Go to display port. Boom. Over to HDMI in on the switch. And then we will. What is this? Oh, that's the camera. I snagged the last HDMI cable from my Windows 10 PC just because it's nice and short and it's right there, easy to grab. And this will be the display I look at. Boom. We're also going to have the graphics card
powered up for this. Naturally. Boom, boom. All right. And then
thermal paste. Another thing I do have is this. It is an mSATA SSD. I think it's 64 gigabytes, and then it's just popped onto this adapter board. So I could use this, but you know, I mean, it's just kind of a bare PCB. There's nothing to really mount it to. It is plenty of storage, though. It's plenty enough. But yeah, there's just nowhere to really put it. Like, I could like tuck it in here if I like wrapped it up with some, I don't know, electrical tape or something. Stick it in an anti-static bag. It's kind of jank though. Like, this build is, like, so far this build is teetering on the edge of jank, but it's not quite there yet. This is pretty typical stuff, right? There's nothing wacky going on here just yet. Introducing this as my SSD just kind of tips it past that point where now it's starting to be jank, right? And as much as I like jank, I kind of want to avoid jank for a build like this, that I kind of want to be reliable. But you know, I mean, who cares if it's not mounted, right? It just kind of sits here or something. Just like pop it in a plastic bag and then tape it there, and you know, and it'd probably be okay. I mean, based on where this right here is, look at this. That plugs in, right? That's in there pretty good. This guy right here is kind of, you know, not really going anywhere. He's hanging out. This could, in fact, just hang right there. Bam. Right? That's not going anywhere. It's also not terribly loose, you know. It'll be less loose once I have a second cable going to it. You feel me? You feel me? I think that's pretty good. Right? I mean, there's nothing conductive in the way. It's all plastic, right? It's not going anywhere. Yeah. All right. So it's mostly normal with an eensy beensy teeny tiny bit of jank. Just a little bit. I think we can be okay with just a little bit of jank. I think that's okay. I think it's permissible. Now, let's get a SATA cable on it. Let's see, the bump goes that way, it'll go in like that. Should be able to just kind of work it in there, give it some pre-bend arinos. Alright, that's good. What's nice about these is that you can kind of set them, like seat them over the connector, and they'll go like where they're supposed to, and then all you gotta do is put some force behind it once you get it set there. So then you get it set, and then you just come in with your other hand from a different angle, and then you push. Boom. And then we just kind of seat that like so. Boom.
Anyway, back to the original task at hand, thermal paste. Just put a nice dot, nice pea-sized, a large pea-size. And then these coolers always confound me a little bit with the arrows. So you have the arrows not pointed in, right? Make sure all the black nubs are pulled back. And you kind of gotta work it on there a little bit. I'll make sure you get all your. You're really supposed to put this in before you. This is like supposed to be the first thing you do, and then you just kind of push down like that. Boom. All right. So that's. Now just push it down, work that paste back and forth, and then we go on the one side. And click. See, then that shit happens. Okay. Make sure all those plastic ends are in. These things are so easy to improperly mount if you do it at any other time other than when the board is out of the case. If you do it when the board's out of the case, it's a lot easier to just flip the board over and like visually see that you've mounted the cooler properly. In this case, you're kind of just hoping and praying at this point, you know. I'm trying to get that to click somehow. Well, these are angled the wrong way. That's why. Well, that one was. This one click. I'm trying to do it without smashing my fingers into the board. No, that's a click. That's good enough. Okay. So that should be mounted pretty good. Keyword is should be. Ouch. Alright. Alrighty then. Let's try this again. Oh, I gotta turn my monitor on, I think. I thought I plugged it in. Is that one the power button? Yes, no, maybe. There we go. Okay. Here is the moment of truth. Hey, CMOS battery failure, CMOS checksum error, time not set, keyboard not found. That is excellent. Now it's rebooting, so that's why it beeped again. And we have a Windows operating system on here. Alright. Let's check it out. Let's go.
Functional 40 gigabyte hard drive. Ooh, professional. Well, I guess that's where the fun ends. I don't know. I don't know what the password is. CR2. Computer room 2. I'm just taking a Red Bull break.
Okay.
Let's get a keyboard.
Ooh, that port doesn't want to seem to work. How about this one? Oh, you know what?
Nah, this board's too old to have a 3.0 controller. It's definitely just a 2.0.
Yeah, there's no 3.0 on this board.
But none of these USB ports are working. I wonder if
This Windows XP has some funky business going on in the registry. None of these ports are working.
Okay. Okay. Let's install Windows 7. Well,
Let's pop the CMOS battery back in and do some BIOSing. See what's going on. Alright. Ooh, that is metal. Yeah. here's what we'll do. Check this out. We'll wrap it around. We'll wrap a cable around it. Put a loop around it like so. Oh yeah, that's going nowhere. Get back in there, come on. There we go. You know, I don't know. It just moves around too much. Like, I can just move it around too much. It is not, just does not seem ideal. It's also pretty loose. You know what? You know what?
I don't care. That's alright. It's alright.
No biggie. So I've got a 64 gigabyte SSD and a 40 gigabyte hard drive, which is kind of an interesting combo.
Honestly, I don't even really need the hard drive in there anymore, but oh well. I think what I'll do is I'll install it to the SSD and then I'll just have, I don't know, maybe I can back up to the hard drive in some way. So that way if one of the devices fails, it just like, I can boot off of the other. You know. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how I would do it. I don't know how I would do it conveniently. But realistically, like, I'm not going to be making a ton of changes to this system once it's set up. It'll just kind of be done, in a sense. So, yeah. Yep, here's what we're going to do.
I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup.
And by cleanup, I mean just get this shit off the table.
And then
We'll trip. And then once we've tripped on cables that are all over the floor,
we will install Windows.
There we go.
Excuse me. Oh boy, I'm running out of outlets. Oh, here's one. Man, I'm just waiting for the circuit breakers to go pop. It's gonna happen at some point. At this rate. Probably 10 power supply. How does that look on stream? That looks pretty good. Pretty good. Whoa, core multiplexing technology. That's some futuristic shit right there. Core multiplexing? No way. Alright, we have 4 gigabytes of DDR3. We've got hyperthreading. We've got numlock. Oh, it's a 32 gigabyte SSD. Okay. Hard disk indicates the amount of time in seconds that the firmware will wait to detect hard drive faults. Nah. Memory size allocated to the graphics OS driver. I assume that's for the integrated, right? Primary video is going to be PCIe. This is going to be, I guess, maximum. Hopefully that defaults to 0. Processor's sitting at 55? Yikes. It's not even doing anything. Enable all. Legacy USB, sure, why not? I don't think... I don't know how to define legacy in this scenario. We'll just say yes. We'll leave it to default. Expansion card text. Okay, stay off. Wake online from S5. We don't even, we're gonna disable sleep anyway because sleep is dumb. Our computer doesn't need sleep. It'll just turn off. Let's put the Samsung first. Switch to optical. No. Yes. No. USB boot, yes. Zip. I don't care. Do we want UEFI boot? I think that SanDisk is UEFI, actually. I think we have to do that. Internal EFI shell. SanDisk. Interesting. I wonder what that's going to do. Oh. Okay, the system just died. Interesting. Hope it doesn't do that again. Let's boot a regular one. Okay, yeah, see, this is, yeah, it is UEFI. Boot. So this is, I wonder what's on here. Windows. Oh, okay. It's not supposed to do that. It's like it shows. It's like it just starts booting and then it dies. I wonder why that would be. It booted to Windows XP just fine. I'm not sure exactly. I don't think I really changed anything in BIOS. That's crazy. Just kind of disabled some things that I don't need. Oh, I know. We'll just boot from the hard drive again. Let's make sure we can still boot from that hard drive. Start there.
Yeesh, something happened. That system does not sound happy.
Alright, I think that's it. I think it's cooked.
It smells off. Oh, I don't have it here. There we go.
Okay.
Why does my laptop keep falling asleep? Stop. Stay on. You have charge. Why are you doing that? Stop. It's literally plugged in.
Well, I suppose we gotta get back in there and see what's up. But I don't feel like moving anything, so didn't make contact with anything, I don't think. No, that's fine. Certainly. Certainly that's fine. Okay. Let's pop that CMOS battery out again. Okay, interesting. Okay. So apparently what it's going to do is it's going to try to boot and then it's going to lose power. I think this power supply is just not it. Here, let's go to the boot menu. Let's try booting that hard drive again, because we were able to boot this before. I guess that's just going to work fine. I can't imagine why. Of course, our keyboard doesn't work here for some reason. Does not like USB keyboards. Okay. So I'm not entirely sure what it is. So for some reason, whenever I try to boot Windows 10, install Windows 7, the moment it starts booting off of that device, cuts power. What is cutting the power? I don't think it's using too much power necessarily. I mean, like, it could just be the power supplies. Like, you put a load on it and the voltage drops. But, I mean, yeah, I guess Windows XP wouldn't be enough of a load to cause the power to drop so significantly. Possibly.
I feel like if the memory were bad, like maybe it's the newer software uses more memory. Like, I don't know, causes the system to wig out because maybe the memory's bad. I doubt it. I don't think it would do that. You know, it would just kind of freeze up. So I don't think it's the memory. It could be the CPU. Newer software. You know, newer extensions. I don't think there's a big enough difference though. Well, let's run around in the BIOS and just disable a bunch of stuff.
Alright, disable that. I don't care what time it is. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. It was a misinput. Like, the voltages look fine, but, you know, the system's not really doing a whole lot right now.
Oh, we got closer that time. Alright. I have a feeling it's this power supply. And imagine having a faulty power supply and then you donate it to frickin' Salvation Army. It's kind of cringe, actually. It's like, oh. Alright. Jammed those pins into the Molex. Checking what the 12 volt is. Let's see what happens.
Hopefully this thing updates fast enough for me to see it. It's not much of an oscilloscope, but it's something. Also gonna go back into the BIOS actually. Never mind, we'll just boot with the defaults. So we do this. 12.1, 12.1, and then it just went all over the place. Well, the system's restarted and then it dropped. Right, like it's good, it's stable, and now it's just restart. And then and then it's not going all over the place, the voltage is just dropping. But it drops after the system turns off. So like the power supply seems fine. On the 12 volt rail, that is.
Yeah.
Let's check the 5 volt. .12. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem to be. The power supply doesn't seem to be doing anything out of the ordinary. All right, let's boot Windows XP again. See what the power supply does on the 5 volt rail when we boot Windows XP. It holds pretty consistently. Okay. Still just a little over 12 volts. No problems there. Okay, let's check the second 12 volt rail that the graphics card is on. So just 12 volts. I assume there's going to be no display output because the GPU is missing some power here. I'll just shut down. It must not be. It seems like it's power supply related, or at least adjacent. But the power supply seems to be fine. The board also seems to be fine. But we can't boot Windows 7 or 10. We're gonna yank this SSD. We're just gonna pull that out. Forget about it for a sec. And then we're gonna what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We could install Windows XP. Both of the disk drives I put in, though, are not going to work with this system because I didn't think I was going to use them. So I'll have to create a bootable flash drive, which I can do pretty quick, I think. We have a copy of this, so don't worry about it. I thought I had Windows XP installation ISO. However, that does not seem to be the case. Oh wait, it might be here actually. Oh yeah, there it is. Boom. That's 32-bit. That could be the difference. Alright. Should only be a couple of minutes to create that bootable flash drive. Then we'll see how it goes. I have a feeling that the version of Windows XP installed on that hard drive is 32-bit. So I bet if I boot that and it's non-UEFI, legacy, whatever that's called, standard, whatever, and it only uses the 32-bit extensions on that processor and works just fine, then it might be the processor still. I have a feeling. Maybe I should have cleaned the bottom of the processor, like the pins on the bottom. I have a feeling some of those pins aren't making good contact, which would explain why it was. Oh, that's just my. I thought the computer was beeping at me. It's just this stupid volt meter. So I'm gonna install Windows XP because I wanna, and it's funny. And then we're gonna I guess try to install Windows 7. See what happens. I don't know if I do I want to waste my time like this? You know how long it takes to install Windows XP? That shit takes forever. That shit takes forever, actually. It takes way too long. I wonder if I should just pop in the other Core 2 Duo and see what happens. But that CPU cooler is such a pain to take off. And I did just paste it up pretty good. So I don't know. I've had way too much caffeine today. I showed up at like 9:30 and I worked until about 11:30. I don't even know. I only really worked for like 2 hours, so. Not really that much. Ow. All right, that's all done. I also just want to try booting from the USB. I want to make sure that works.
Of course, I do wonder
If that's not the problem.
I feel like that wouldn't be the problem if booting from the SSD also exhibits the same results.
I have a suspicion.
But it doesn't matter. Oh. So this has nothing to do with it. So we'll just enable all that snazzy stuff. This board is very vocal. Not sure what's taking so long. Still have numlock, so it's not totally toast. Guys, I think it's dead. Clickety clickety clack. It's complaining about keyboard inputs and they're not necessary. So must just be hung up. Just try again. Oh, it's just putting it on the hard drive.
Okay. I'm not sure why it won't boot from the USB. Alright, I went CPU hunting in my basement, and here's what I found. I got another E8400. You can't read that, but it's an E8400. And I found a Q6600. So, test this one, see if it's the board. Maybe the board just doesn't like this line of CPUs, or maybe that CPU is bunk. Either way, this will help us find that out.
can see what we can do with this. And yes, I did wash it in the sink because it's old and it's been sitting in a bin with a bunch of others. It's probably really dirty. So now it's nice and clean. I'm gonna give it a nice blow off first, just to make sure there's no water in between the capacitors on the bottom. All right.
I don't want to use the Q6600 just yet because I'm pretty sure that one. I'm pretty sure I have a use case for that one.
And a different board, but I thought I left that one in that board. But maybe I didn't. I'll have to go take a look. If worst case scenario, I have to end up testing with that one as well.
So we will see. Just plug that. Take it down. Boom. Oh man, that made really good contact. I'm impressed. That was an excellent thermal paste application. That was actually like a flawlessly perfect thermal paste application. I'm super impressed by that. It's like a perfect circle. All the paste stayed on the surface of the chip. It didn't spill over.
I'd expect the pins on the board to be okay, right?
Give them a blowout real quick.
Just a light dusting.
Put in this other. See, I think the other thing is that I think
This E8400 I was working with, I think I may have dropped it, but I thought it was the other one that I had dropped. But thinking back on it, I actually can't remember. So, it may have been the one that I dropped, like yesterday at some point.
either way seems unlikely that well, I guess it's not unlikely, but it is a possibility. Alright, so let's pull all this junk out. Let's rotate this.
I don't know how badly you want to see. But there you go. Man, this camera is just... I'm surprised it's I mean, I guess I'm not surprised it's holding on, but it's hanging off that stand. It's a good stand, I guess. Okay. So we got the new CPU in. Well, new.
Let's see what it do. We're going to go CPU coolerless.
And we are going to go back to the other flash drive. The one that we know does, in fact, actually boot. To some extent. So that way we can see if we actually fix the problem. And I'm going to move these objects over here.
I think we'll have to go into the BIOS quick. Did I plug this back in? I don't think I plugged the keyboard back in. I didn't. Oh boy. Oh boy. This CPU does work.
Oh, okay. Same issue. Same exact issue, actually.
Is this guy hot? Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that's toasty.
Very toasty. All right. So that didn't exactly help.
That is the same exact issue as before.
Yeah, CPU warmed up quick. All right. So let's say, hypothetically, this board does not like the E8400.
And so it's not a problem with the processors, either one of them. It's a problem where this board just is not having a good time with something about these chips. So we'll go back and we'll put in the OG processor that shipped with this board. And we'll see what that does.
Probably gonna have to go into the BIOS. I mean, it did just boot up to Windows by default. I'll just go to the BIOS anyway. See what's up. See what's up. This one clocks in at 3.2 gigahertz. Interesting. It's an E5800. This one might not be that bad. SATA SanDisk. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Shit. Where's the frickin'... hardware monitor? Ooh, that guy's hot, huh? Okay, this one works.
Oh, I think the CPU overheated. So we're gonna stick with the OG CPU. I thought this was a worse Pentium, but apparently it's a dual core that clocks 3.2 gigahertz. So we might actually just stick with that, assuming this actually works. Of course. Let's make sure this is actually set up properly. All right.
I don't know if it did. I don't know. I feel like that was a different error.
I feel like it was the system shutting itself off due to as like a thermal protection. It didn't look the same. So I have a feeling it comes down to that something about that CPU that this board just does not like.
And I hate mounting these. Like, one of these days,
Like if I have to keep swapping, like taking this cooler on and off, I swear it's just gonna like cause the whole board to break. Just from me pushing on it so freaking much, trying to get these clips in. I guess that's okay for now. All right.
let's see what the thermals are now. Oh, but the bus speed is only 800. Is that because I think I might have set that? Yeah, okay. The CPU's doing better. Doing better. Automatic says 800 megahertz. Cringe. Yeah, I think the CPU itself is set for 8, is just gonna run 800. I don't feel like Googling it. Actually, what I could do is use this laptop. I'm just gonna move these guys.
Just so I don't lose track of them, because I tend to do that.
Okay. This was an E. Actually, I can see it right there, but it was an E58. E5800. Yeah, 800 megahertz FSB. It's also a 45 nanometer chip. So this is literally a Core 2 Duo, but it's like slightly slower memory speed wise. But it's actually faster gigahertz wise. Like the cores themselves just clock faster even if the memory is slower. Which is probably fine. We're gonna leave that disabled. What was I looking for? UEFI boot is enabled. Okay. Oh, it's also only got 2 megs of L2 cache. Yeah, it's kind of iffy, but whatever. Alright, does it work though? Oh my gosh, dude, what is it?
I don't know what it is. Like it just the system just cuts itself. It just dies. The power supply is fine. What is it? Windows is loading files, and then it gets to the same point and just says we're done. Okay. We're gonna tell this drive to screw off. Even though it should be fully functional and not a problem. We'll just do that anyway. We are also since we know what it's going to do, we're going to pull the graphics card out and just see what happens. See if it reboots itself. So the CMOS configuration defaults are totally acceptable. It will just straight up UEFI boot that flash drive, which is good. It means we can do some headless troubleshooting, where we just pop this dude out. Bam. Let's just see what it does. It's not looking good. Yeah. Like, it seems like a power supply issue, but it also just doesn't seem like a power supply issue. But it totally could be a power supply issue. But, like, it boots up Windows XP just fine, right? Surely the Windows 7 installer can't be that much more of a load than booting Windows XP. I mean, even it does the same even with the graphics card out. So that whole load is gone, right? Let's pop these out. Pop these goodies out. These are brand new sticks of memory. I can't imagine why. Alright, we're going to try this 4 gig stick. It's very fancy G-Scale DDR3. I only have one of these, unfortunately. I wish I had 2 of them. I don't know why I only have one. Usually you buy stuff like this in a kit of 2, but this is in fact a kit of 1. Which is interesting. We're going to try this one. And just this one. Okay. Interesting. Immediate rejection. It's not having it. Okay, so not this guy. This must just be really picky about memory. What was the original memory that came with this board? Oh, it was, dude. Maximum size is 4 gigabytes, so 2 plus 2 is 4. But originally, this board had 1 whole gigabyte. So let's try that. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Wait, what? No, these are not the same memory modules that were in there. Nope. I think these were in the other one. Yeah, they were in that one. So, where... No way. Yeah, that one had a gigabyte of RAM. Let's see. What did I do with the memory that was in this one? I feel like this one only had a single stick. That's kind of what I remember. There was a single DIMM in this board. I don't think playing back the stream from a couple days ago would help. I'd probably put it somewhere off camera. Where did I put it? Well, I mean, I guess we'll just keep trying memory. I've got these. These are 2 gigabyte, 2 ranks by 8, PC3 10600. I blowed out these memory slots pretty good too, so they should be clean enough to be making good contact. All right. Okay, it's happy with those. Oh, you know what? 4 gigabyte max, but probably 2 gigabytes per slot. If I had to guess. I have a feeling it's not the memory. Yo, it hasn't restarted yet. Yo, what's going on? No way. Dude, I had four sticks of that was brand new. That's crazy. That's crazy. Literally unpackaged it. I mean, it's freaking... Is this not, like...
Is this not exactly the same memory as what I just put in there? And these are brand new. Look, these are, like, I know the brand is freaking ATEC or whatever, but I mean, look at the actual chips. That shit look like Samsung to me, dog. Like, they're literally the same. They're. This might be I'm pretty sure that's Samsung memory. So like the DIMMs themselves are kind of wonky off-brand, but I mean they were brand new, so I wouldn't expect all of them to just be kind of bunk. But I mean, you know, this old Samsung memory that's been sitting in a giant pile of memory for the last couple of years, it seems to work just fine. Hasn't rebooted yet. All right. Power that off. We'll get our display back so we can actually see and make sure it's actually doing what we think it's doing before celebrating too soon, I suppose. And then maybe we'll put that E8400 back in, because that E8400 is in fact 200 megahertz slower on the cores. However, more memory bandwidth and way more L2 cache is probably very helpful for what this machine will be doing. So let's find that screwdriver. Alright. I'll pop that back in, and yeah, we'll pop this back in. Plug our hard drive back in as well. Alright. And then our display cable. So we're going to test with this because we know it works. And then probably try to switch back over to the E8400, I think. You know what? I didn't hear a single beep out of this thing. Now that I'm thinking about it. Huh. just getting no display now.
Okay. Okay, we got a little ahead of ourselves. Just a smidge. I'm gonna have to pop that CMOS battery back out, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that fixed the problem, but that definitely did not fix the problem.
I think the problem's worse now, actually. This memory did not work. It didn't throw any post errors though. Right, like we turned this on.
Right. Let's beep it.
Which is expected.
All right. Let's try
One of these. I'm pretty sure this is good memory. Huh, I just don't know what happened. It's like it's not beeping at all. It's just, it turns on. I hold the reset button. The fans spin real quick. Right? It's like the board is actively being held in reset, and it knows it. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting something. Yeah, I don't know. This board just might be cooked. Okay. We got a beep. One beep is good. We have output. Memory size decrease. That's A-OK. Load files, please. And it's done. Yeah, okay. Okay. Doesn't matter what CPU I use, doesn't matter what memory I use. Pull the graphics card out, same result. I mean, I guess it is just the power supply. It's just gotta be. There's just no way it isn't. Alright, we're gonna use this goofy, scrawny thing as our power supply. This is one. I think this is the one that was originally in this case. It's apparently 485 watt power supply. Kind of doubt that. It's not going to be able to do anything with our graphics card. I have to pull that out. But this is just for testing. Side, and then it's really unfortunate that might be the power supply. I was really hoping for this power supply because I don't really have any other options. Like, I have other motherboards that I could just use, you know? But I don't really want to buy a power supply. I can live without the graphics card for a time. Actually, no, I can't. I need the graphics card in there. Actually. So that should power up the board quite nicely. Graphics card is going to complain. I expect it to say, please plug in the power cables, or whatever it's going to say. Okay. Let's do that. Whoa! That power supply is not happy. Okay. What's the freaking switch set to? 115. I always forget to check those switches. I mean, these systems are sold in the USA. Those switches should never change. Yeah, I should have known better than to just plug in over. I mean, I swear I tested these systems ahead of time. I thought all these parts were good. Get out of the board! Ugh. Dude, they get glued in there. Oh, there we go. Wow. Okay, so that didn't work. Probably cooked the board even more. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Oh boy. All right. I don't know. Alright, we're going to scavenge a power supply from this computer. Because I know it's good. Even if we can't actually use it. Oh, but then actually I gotta, like, pull out the whole damn thing. I don't really want to do that. At this point, I gotta. Yeah. I just need a known good power supply is all. There's just no way around it. I need to know. I need to know. Here. Let's shimmy this around. And if you think this stuff isn't working because I'm working on carpet, you're a moron. Cheapo power supply out of here. Dude, who runs that cable like that? Whoever built this system's a moron. No one does that, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Right, it's like he runs auxiliary power to the graphics card like an idiot and doesn't even fucking put the put all the screws in for the motherboard. Motherboard's not even mounted properly. It's not even sitting flush. What an idiot. So many people build computers and sell them that just don't actually know what the fuck they're doing, and they shouldn't do it. Some real idiot built this one, unfortunately. Didn't even put in both the screws. It's like, how fucking lazy can you be? Alright, see, no one runs auxiliary power like that. No one does that. I can see you bent one of the COM port pins. Trying to get it in here. Judging by the way it's bent. All right. No good power supply. Step 2, plug it in. I mean, the Thermaltake power supply is probably better than this one. This one's got nice cables, but this one weighs like a lot. And also, that's generally what people who are building systems for sale, they generally buy the cheapest fucking power supply they can because they don't care. And also, they probably don't really know. That's the other thing. They're probably just not very smart, right? Because let's be real, literally anyone can build a computer because this shit's like Legos. But if you don't really kind of know what's going on, then you're just a tool. There's our CPU power. Don't tell me I can't split this. Like, oh no, I can't split at the bottom. Who the hell buys, like, I don't understand it when a 500 watt power supply manufacturer says, you know what we need to put on this? We need to put 2 EPS connectors on this. In case someone has a 300 watt power supply and they bought a 500 watt cheapo C tier power supply for it. It's like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Okay, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Boom. Okay. And now the graphics card. Oh man, working with these thick cables just hurts your fingers. It's very painful. Also, my back kind of hurts from hanging over this system for so long. And for working outside earlier today. Why won't this come off?
Alright. That should be good. I don't really care to plug in the hard drive just yet. That's what we did. Got power supply. Dangling, not precariously per se. It's acceptable. See what it do. It's a good beep. We have display. So, ironically, I'm hoping it crashes exactly the same way it did before. Yeah, okay. So that means our power supply is not the problem. However, there is something up with this board. It's like, it's very consistent. It's extremely consistent. I want to find a DDR3 DIMM with only a single rank of chips on it, of DRAM chips on it. We're gonna go with a single rank. I don't know if I have any single rank though. That's the problem. Like all of these DDR3 are 2 ranks of 1 gigabyte. But I just want one singular gigabyte. Let's see, 2R. Here's 1 G. This is DDR3. No! Just 1 gigabyte, but it's dual rank. I would like a single rank, please. Wait, is this also? Oh, that's all the year too. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I bet this right here is the money. 1 gigabyte, 1R/8 piece. Aw, dude, it's DDR2. See, it's only got a single rank of chips on it. Alright, this stuff might actually still be pretty useful though, so hang on to it. Obviously, we'll hang on to it. Also DDR2. Alright. Ooh, ouch. That was a metal shaving. Ouch. Ouch. Hold on, I gotta wash my hands. All right. Welcome to the PC graveyard. We've got some fairly nice kits of hardware in here. Let's see what we got. PC2. There's a whole pile of memory I was sifting through over there. This is also DDR2. This is also DDR2. This is Synchron. Synchronous DRAM. PC2. Registered PC2. That is DDR. I think DDR2 is probably the most of what I've got. Here's more Synchron. What's this? A gigabyte of PC2 registered. 512 megs of DDR. More DDR, presumably. Some ECC DDR2. 512 megs of DDR. These can actually go back here. And there's a CPU down there. What is this? More DDR. Okay. So unfortunately no DDR3 in here. We did find a Core i7 950. First gen i7. Pretty cool. Got a power supply tester. Never actually used this. Don't know where I got it from. Set these back in here. This is just, oh, this is that DDR3 that didn't seem to want to work. I wonder why. I kind of already know. I don't necessarily take great. I mean, oh, this is just shit that I got for free. You know, pulled out of systems in the past. So I don't really. I expect half of it to be broken, but you know, the other half works. So at least there's that. I don't really care to test all of it. You know, I test it on the fly, like when I need it. Unfortunately, it also ends up meaning I do all this work, and they're doing all this troubleshooting, and not really knowing what's going on. But it seems it's interesting that I can boot Windows XP just fine. But then a newer Windows operating system causes it to just stop working. I have a feeling it's something about it's something about the board here between probably between the CPU and the memory and how it gets addressed. Something about these 64-bit operating systems, they go to do things, they start loading drivers, and then some aspect of the board is not working as expected. But it'll run Windows XP just fine because it's not using those aspects of the board and or CPU. But it's probably not the CPU, because it seems to be that any CPU I put in here fails in exactly the same way. So this board is unhappy. Unhappy with 64-bit anything. To test this hypothesis, we are going to download a 32-bit version of Windows 7. And we are going to see if we can't get this thing to get past that point. We're going to do it from the system that's already plugged into the internet. I can't believe there's nobody in the chat, dude. I've been streaming all day.
think there's stuff on this drive that I want, though. So where's that other one?
Where did that other guy go? Here it is.
I think it's this one. I think this guy's got that Windows XP image that I burned that does not want to work.
And that's the one I want to overwrite. Yeah, it looks like Windows XP. Alright. Windows 7. I mean, honestly, like, if this works, I'll just use 32-bit Windows 7. Like, I have no reason to... I don't really need 64-bit Windows. Right? Windows 7, Windows Embedded Standard 7. Try with that. We'll just go 7 Enterprise. I don't remember what version I used. I used POS Ready on the stream box. So we'll go Enterprise SP1 and we'll do the x86 download. I'm also gonna look for the other one while I download that. Let's see. It was Windows Embedded POS Ready 7 32 bits. POS Ready 7 x86. Might take a while to download this one though. Let's see, uploaded on 2023. No reviews. It's always hard to download things from the Internet Archive sometimes. distracted. It's a pretty common occurrence. Okay, let's keep looking. You know, I thought, well, no, I did. I downloaded POS Ready 7, but it's I'm pretty sure I got the 64-bit version. Oh, this is the evaluation version.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll download this. Oh, and it's not going to let me download it. Let's try it again. Oh, it worked. That might take a while. Alright, but yeah, it's going to take like an hour to download from the Internet Archive, but that's okay because we're going to just test the theory out by installing Enterprise of the 32-bit variety. Interestingly, I can't choose UEFI. Well, I guess. I wonder if, I guess maybe UEFI is 64-bit only, or maybe Rufus just knows that there is no such thing as a 64-bit BIOS. I guess all 64-bit systems are UEFI, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I will assume so. Okay, let's see. UEFI booting a 32-bit OS. Most modern UEFI firmware is designed primarily for 64-bit operating systems. You know what? I wonder if it's a BIOS thing. I wonder if this board has a crazy old BIOS and trying to boot in UEFI mode is just bunk. Yo, that might be it. It might just be crashing because it doesn't know how to deal with the 64-bit operating system or the 64-bit software in general. So yeah, UEFI mode just might be super bunk on this board. Let's try to update the BIOS. DG41WV. Intel DG41WV is the board. BIOS. BIOS version 18. We will download that. Oh, it's an executable. Golly. That's okay. That's okay. We will install 32-bit Windows 7 and then we will update the BIOS using that. Using the executable, I guess. Maybe there's another right place to download the BIOS. Interestingly, no link from Intel's website, which is just great. Because hardware manufacturers love making stuff vanish off of their websites. Oh, here we go. We have a PDF, product change notification. Different BIOS, and they moved the PS2 power jumper. They changed its default location, actually. Interesting. Well, seems like by default this board probably either came with version 7 or version 15, and that's an executable for version 18. So whatever issue it has with 64-bit operating systems hopefully will be resolved by this patch right here. But that remains to be seen. We'll see what happens. Kind of want not another Red Bull. I got a bunch of V8 Energies from Walmart. They taste good. The problem is that they've got caffeine in them. And I've already had 2 of them. I had 2 of them this morning and a Red Bull when I got home. And it is currently 4:50. Oh damn, that's a lot later than I thought. Should probably check on my stream just to make sure it's still doing the thing. You know, doing the thing that the stream does, where it has audio and video. Because apparently that's not a guarantee. Apparently, sometimes it doesn't work like that.
Jen, thank you so much.
Shut up. Annoying. Let's go to the stream manager. Okay, no, that's fine. I just need to remember to project my voice so it doesn't sound stupid. I just need to remember to project my voice. Swag. Okay. Back to where we were. We are at 83%. I am gonna go get another drink. Bam. Okay.
These are great. Unfortunately, they have sucralose in them, which is, in my opinion, optional. You know, it's like when you have 50% juice in here, it should be sweet enough, but instead they feel the need to put in, you know, chemicals to make it taste sweeter. Because, yeah, Americans are, I don't know, sugar addicts. Gotta put frickin' sugar in everything.
Alright, we are almost done. Ready! I'm gonna be
mildly I'm gonna be somewhat annoyed and mildly irritated if the problem this whole time was just an old BIOS version and issues regarding 64-bit software. I guess we're about to see. Beep. Windows is loading files. Hey! Who'da thought? Who'da thought? Isn't that something? Alright, so we are going to install 32-bit Windows 7, so that way we can update the BIOS by running the executable. Also just so we can make sure, like prove it out that it really is totally fine running 32-bit Windows, Run that executable, update. Then we're going to try to go back to the POS Ready 7 64-bit version. I'm still going to download the 32-bit version. I'm going to leave that download running, just in case it doesn't fix the problem. In which case, I'll just run 32-bit Windows. I mean, who cares, right? Like seriously. There's really, the differences are just probably so negligible that I don't care. Custom. No drives were found. Oh, wait, that's right. I forgot. Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to swap back to the original power supply. That's what we're going to do. We're going to swap back to the original power supply just to
Prove out that it's A-okay. Really super glad that it's not the power supply. I am very thankful for that.
So here's the other question. While we're here, do we put in a different CPU? That is the question.
Let's do some comparing, contrasting real quick. So the E8400 is my chip of choice. It has 6 megabytes of L2 cache. That's like triple the L2 cache. It's kind of a big deal. Also has a faster front side bus, which means if I get 1333 megahertz memory modules, that'll be pretty speedy, pretty speedy. However, I'm not sure if it's gonna make that big of a difference. Oh, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go check another board just to make sure, because I might put the Q6600 in there and get 4 cores if it's available.
Here's that board, by the way. Yeah, that's right. That AI lifestyle. AI before AI was cool. Yeah, this thing's kind of swag. But you see, it's full ATX and it's got all them slots on it. Very useful. Anyway, it does in fact already have the CPU in it, and I'm curious as to what it is. I know that this board is only DDR2. But I think it still would support that Q6600. Alright, it has a Pentium 4 in it, actually. A 3.6 gigahertz Pentium 4, mind you. That's quite something. But it's only one core, and I need more core. I'm going to need more cores on that board, because I'm going to run a Type 1 hypervisor and then do PCIe pass-through to both graphics cards. So that way I can have 2 virtual machines, 2 graphics cards, boom. Best viewers, rank target.online. No. Go away, robot. What was I? Shit, what was I looking at? What was it? Oh, it's an Asus P5K Deluxe. Intel P35, DDR2. It's got Wi-Fi. Apparently it supports a lot of different chips, including Core 2 Quad. Core 2 Quad Kent's Field, which would be the Q6000 series at 65 nanometer. What does the Q6600 have? Oops. 8 megabytes of L2 cache, but that's across 4 cores versus 6 across 2. Yeah, I mean this system does not need 4 cores. Yeah, I'm gonna save this chip for that other board. Yeah, it doesn't clock very high either, 2.4 gigahertz compared to the 3.2 out of the E8400. Okay.
just don't know if... I'm really not sure what's better for my use case. If the extra 200 megahertz on the core clock is better than, you know, like triple the L2 cache per core. Wait, 6, 3, 2, 1, yeah. And significantly faster memory.
Well, if I'm putting a graphics card in it,
I figure I should be able to do... I should be able to do encoding with that graphics card for the stream. I have a graphics card in the other system, but I can only do software encoding with the Evermedia card. I mean, with the stream in general, actually. I have to do X264. But that card is kind of flimsy and, you know, it's not really good for much other than displaying. Whereas this is an R9 380. So ideally I should be able to use this to help me stream.
let's ask Google. OBS streaming with R9 380. Okay, no, I should be able to do that then. According to the AI, I've tried using the AMD encoder on my R9 380X, but it didn't look really good. Interesting. AMD hardware encoder is hot garbage. I want to like it, but it's terrible. Yeah, I've tried to use this with my 380X and it looks terrible, especially in high motion games. These people are streaming, like, video games. I'm not really streaming that. I wonder... Let's just assume we'll do it with the CPU. We'll say H.264 and software encode. Core clock or memory bandwidth. Primarily limited by CPU core clock speed and core count, not memory bandwidth. It is a compute-intensive process that relies on complex calculations and high-speed access to cache, making high clock speeds and IPC on the CPU critical for performance. Rarely the primary bottleneck for software encoding. That makes me think I should stick with Pentium. But what else is this system going to do? It's also going to run Dolphin. Yeah, I feel like I don't really need all that cash for like the things that this machine is going to be doing. It's generally just going to be doing a couple things at a time, and nothing really demanding at that. You know what?
Screw it. Maybe we pop in the 3.6 gigahertz Pentium 4. Right? Right?
Get that extra 400 megahertz core clock. Okay, but what chips does this guy support again? Yeah, I don't think it's going to support a Pentium 4. But I do have other. I think I have a Pentium D in here. I think I saw a 945 in here at one point. I wonder what that clocks. Pentium dual core E5300 at 2.6. Oh yeah, it's a 53. I have a 57 in there right now. That's a G5400. I mean G540, and that is not even the same generation. We have a Celeron D at 2.53 with a crazy low front side bus. I can't talk. Crazy low front side bus clock. I can't. I'm hard time getting the rest of these. Core 2 Duo 6600 2.4 gigahertz. It's kind of mid. Let's see. We got. I already looked through these, but I just want to look again. Just in case. What's this? Pentium D 945 3.4. Hey, hey, hey. There it is. Is there a CPU down there? Oh, that's why. I've got a whole bunch of these chips lined up, and they won't sit flat for some reason. They won't sit straight up. It's because there's some goofy Athlon mobile chip that fell through the cracks. What is this? Oh, that actually might be a mobile.
Can't really see what it is, but this was a mobile chip. You can see it was delidded at some point by the manufacturer, most likely, and then it got socketed in a laptop. I think this is either an Athlon or a Core 2 Duo, actually. Can't really tell. But yeah, it's a mobile chip.
Pretty cool. Does it work? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's definitely a Core 2 Duo. I found the Athlon. Totally different chip design. Was this it? Core 2 Duo, Lane, Pentium D 945. Cool. Celeron D is lame. Lamo. E5400 Pentium. Oh wait, what's this guy? Oh, I thought that said 3.7. No, it's 2. It's 2.7. And that is a totally different chip. We're actually going to put that in a different pot. No, we're not. Alright, I'm going to go wash this. Give it a nice wash.
This chip was not sealed all the way.
There is a gap. And I just ran it underwater. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll just do it anyway.
Fuck it. I don't care. We ball.
Oh, I've had so much caffeine today. It's crazy. Can't remember the last time I've had this much caffeine in my system. Yeah, it's just a little water. It won't hurt anything. Besides, this chip is going to heat up and evaporate all of it anyway. So I could clean this, but I already cleaned this, and it's probably mostly the fresh paste left over anyway. So we'll just add a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit more. Boom. We'll go with that. Okay, let's see here. All the nubs are pulled back. Orientation is correct. All of these are in the locked position. And then give it some shakes. And we'll push down here. That's good. Now we'll just give it some movement to try to get that thermal paste flattened out. And now we'll click on these sides. Boom, boom. Boom. And then this side, I hate this part so much. It just feels like I'm going to break the board. Then we're gonna pop this guy out. We're gonna look for what was that? That was a Pentium D945. What were the specs on that? I forgot what the FSB clock on that was. Oh, it's only 800 megahertz. I thought it said something a little bit faster than that. Yeah, bus speed is only still 800 megahertz. But that's fine. Oh, this is an x86 processor. Wait. No, but the data width is 64-bit? Wait a minute. At this point, I might just use 32-bit operating systems and just say screw 64-bit. TBH.
Oh, it's only 2 cores and 2 threads. There's no hyperthreading. That's right. I neglected that aspect of it. I don't know if the hyperthreading helps as much. So it is. I mean, it is a 64-bit processor. You know what?
POS Ready 7 finished downloading already. It was supposed to take 2 hours, but instead it took probably only about half an hour. So I may as well just go right with that one if it's already gonna make itself available to me like that. So we're gonna have Rufus rebuild this flash drive with this snazzy 32-bit operating system. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, so let that do that thing. Now, I thought I had 3 of these. However, it has also been brought to my attention that it doesn't matter because this FSB is only 800. So we can basically just look for the slowest kit that I've got, and that should be just fine. So, perhaps I was harsh. Perhaps I was a wee bit harsh on our ATEC memory. I guess it's, not the memory's fault. So, back in the system it goes. Ba-boom. Now let's finish plugging all these other cables back in. So I know I had that SSD in here initially. We're just going to install to the 40 gigabyte hard drive. We're just going to stick with this guy. I think that should be A-okay, methinks. We're going to leave the CMOS battery out still. I'm going to just in case.
I'm also gonna let it take its time because I think there may have been a wee bit of water that got underneath the heat spreader. Just a little bit, but I did blow it out pretty well with the compressed air. So like it's probably okay, but I am a little hesitant to turn it on. So we'll just give it a moment, just a little moment, because it can't be that much water, right? So just give it like 10 minutes to dry out, and it should be fine. It's probably already been 10 minutes. We have to wait for the flash drive to finish anyway, so we'll just give it a moment. Just let it chill out. Going through all this hassle just because I wanted to use the PCF FireWire card. I have a whole other system. It's got a 9th Gen i5 in it. It's got 2 PCIe slots, but just had to do it this way. That's okay. This way's more fun. Feels more custom built. The other one is just some shitter HP desktop. You know, arguably less reliable than this stuff. Believe it or not. I kind of want to fix that power button. It's a very sad power button. It's kind of sticky, gets caught, you know.
Problem is that it's buried. You know? Like, I don't mean like just kind of buried, it is buried. Because it's in line with this button here, right? So it's here, but it's on the other side. And this back panel does not come off. So buried deep inside here, all the way up here, right, is that button. I mean, actually, I might be able to just... Because, you know, I can access it from the front, obviously. I just don't know to what extent I'll be able to mess with it. Yeah, see, there's the button. Oh, it unscrews. Okay. The button's actually okay. I think it's just this plastic piece then. Yeah, it's got some wobble to it. It's kind of scratchy. Might just be the way the case is.
might be a fix for this. I have an idea.
This is a low friction tape. So the one side is sticky and the other side is very smooth. I think I should be able to just put in a couple pieces of this and I'll have a nice smooth button once again. As soon as I find my screwdrivers. Found it. Might just be. It might be that the button is actually just binding around the mounts that it's attached to. Well, the tape might help regardless. In that case, anyway. It might just help keep it stable so it doesn't bind on the guide pins. Oh, that's the wrong one, whoops. It's actually this one. It's not particularly interesting over here, but I figured I might as well. So we're just going to take put it in half. Well, this stuff has lost its stickiness. Actually, that's pretty okay. Actually, I have to cut it in half. It's too thick. It's too wide. Got it on the button, got it on one side, got it on the other side, and then I'll drop it. Rufus has finished copying. Let's eject that. Alright, let's see, let's put this button back together. So we turn it on. That was too much material. Yeah. Saw that one coming.
sticks pretty well. This was in my cold basement all year. I hope it doesn't have an impact on the stickiness, because it's like, no, I don't think it's as sticky as it used to be. Well, anyway, I don't think there's enough clearance on this button for that. No, there should be. I think I just can't do as much. I think just I'll do very small amounts. Ooh, I forgot I'm screwing the plastic. I cannot screw. I don't have to screw that part. Oh, okay. This does have to go further. Nope, that's stripped. Oh well. Did it work? I think that does help. It did help a little. I'm calling that a success. It does, however, still have a tendency to bind, but not nearly as bad as it was. Alright, enough of the distractions. No, it just insists on binding for some reason. It's so annoying. Like, the button is fine. It's just these... It's just like, it's getting... Oh, and that's it. Okay. Okay, now it won't come off. Ugh, come on.
What? Dude, the tiny little button does not cause it to do this. There's no way. There we go. Okay. Okay. I think I still have a metal shaving in my finger. That's great. Right, so this was actually not a success. That was a failure. Oh, there's some plastic. Like, I don't know. That's interesting. There might have been some plastic in the way that whole time. That'd be pretty cool if that was the problem. Oh, and I lost a spray. Let's see here. I'm gonna put that there before I lose the other spring, of course. I'm gonna look for that spring. Where did it go? Huh. Why do I do this to myself? See, because now the power button's going to go from barely functional to not functional at all if I can't find this stupid spring. So it probably got knocked. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was going to say, it definitely couldn't have gone far. All right. Let's get back to business. We got all good parts here and a good operating system now. Should help us move forward. That was a good click out of that button. Yeah, I think there was just like there was a plastic burr caught in the spring. I think that's actually what was making it have problems. Okay, so no beeps. No CPU fan either. That's right, this is also a new processor. It is not shutting down when I hold the power button. It's not a good sign. Pull these out, see what it does. Nothing, huh? Oh boy, I just can't win, can I? Reset? No, the reset button doesn't even work. This CPU might be bunk, which would stink because I just mounted this whole cooler. Give me the beeps. Alright, let's go back to this stick of memory. I believe it was in this slot. Okay. I guess this CPU's no good. Alright, let's pull this cooler back off. That was an okay spread. It's not as good as the last one. Oh, I didn't use as much last time. Well, I did not use as much as last time, I should say. It's kind of cold. Pretty sure this guy worked. here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna click them in, but we're not gonna lock them. And we're just gonna do that. That's good enough. And I did it backwards. Whatever. Oh well. It's good enough for testing. Alright, we're playing the memory game again. That's how it's done. Why are you booting Windows XP? Stop! Ah! Oh! Ah! Well, at least we're getting somewhere. Beep. Yeah, it's a shame that Pentium D didn't work. That would have been swag. What's this guy? Oh, here's the other 8400. Technically, the E8400 is the best chip of the lot, just due to like the front side bus speed, the amount of cache per core, hyper-threading. 3 gigahertz is pretty good. Like, I know 3.4 gigahertz is a little better, but yeah. Apparently, it's not gonna work. I already know what board that chip is destined for. This is that 3.2 gigahertz Pentium, which did work, actually. And so the Pentium D is 2-core, 2-thread, 4 megabyte cache. Let's just duplicate this. Nope, don't pin it. Nope. Unpin. Duplicate. And now we will punch in E5700. Which is 2 cores and 2 megabytes of cache. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it was a 5800, I think. E5800. Which is 2-core, 2-thread, 3.2 gigahertz, 800 megahertz front side, 2 megabytes. Cache. Yeah, 2 megabytes shared between cores.
if I could just compare performance right here on this site. Oh yeah, the Core 2 Duo just rips. Let's check WinRAR 32-bit. Longer is better. Oh, here's a good idea. Look at this. H.264 encoding. Multiple processes. They didn't bench the one I'm looking for. Maybe they did a single process. Nope. Okay. That's a bummer.
Well,
let's orient this properly. And that paste is probably stinted. I just put it on not too long ago. Make sure there's some good contact there. Click. Some good clicks on the other side. And that is mounted swell. We've got our memory. We're going to swap this out. Because this should support faster memory. And I do have faster memory, actually. I thought I had more of these. I don't know where they went. But these are both. Actually, no. This one's 1066, isn't it? It is. Is this the only 1333 I've got? Oh, bummer. Oh, you know what I just found? DDR3, single rank. That would have been nice to know about before. I can't tell what speed it is. It isn't immediately apparent on the sticker. I have to ask the Google. It is a CT2566. 4BA 1339. This is in fact 1333 megahertz. Oh wait, PC310 600 is 1300 megahertz, isn't it? This board says it supports that. 1333, yeah. But now that I think about it, every time I've tried to put in 1333 megahertz memory into the system, it doesn't like it. Let's run it. Let's run this single rank dude here.
Let's I'm gonna wipe off these pins with some ISO.
Been neglecting to do that. Man, I've been doing this for like 6 hours now.
It's 91%, so you can kind of just like wave it around a little bit until it's dry, and then just jam it right in.
Oh, whoops. Forgot to turn that off. Oopsies. I think it just doesn't really like running in single channel mode. I wonder if that's really all there is to it. It's just not happy. So I'll just try it over here. Yeah, okay. I feel bad for this hard drive. I just keep abusing it.
We're gonna try these Samsung sticks again, except we're gonna clean them this time. That's good enough. And there it is. What do you know? What do you know? Oh yeah, system bus speed 1333. 4 gigabytes of memory. This all looks phenomenal. We are going to
Turn this off. Pop our beloved CMOS battery back in. Then we're gonna power this off. Then we're gonna reinstall our Evermedia card. Straight. Boom. Where the hell did this graphics card come from? Oh, this is the one in that other system.
I saw I saw this over on the table, and I was like, "What the hell?" I thought it was in the computer, but no. This is like some, I don't know. This is an RX 570, actually.
And then we're gonna plug this in. All right. We're gonna leave this other SATA here in case I feel like, I don't know. Do we put the SSD in?
I kind of want the SSD.
I kind of don't really want to boot from a 400 gigabyte hard drive, especially if we like already have it like all right here already, just waiting to be used. It's like I may as well just plug it in. You know, you may as well. It's already here, hanging out. You may as well. Although this SATA's a little bit loosey-goosey, and I'd rather it not be. Should have got one with clips. That's probably not going anywhere, but it is like concerningly loose. See, it wants to sit like this, but the case is going to come and squish this. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing. I'll hold it in place, I suppose.
I don't know. I just don't like jank. I don't mind jank, but I've been a little bit jank adverse these days. It also just kind of ruins the spirit of the build, you know? Just having this goofy thing just like hanging out here. You know, it's just kind of...
It's just kind of funky. You know, like the hard drive should work okay. You know, like I'm not really... Yeah, we're gonna leave it out for now. We're just gonna simplify things. We're gonna simplify. We're gonna just stick with this because I like the way it looks inside. It looks kind of swag inside. I like it. And we'll pop this side on. Oh, you know what? This case actually had thumb screws, I thought. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Found them. I set these aside, and I just remembered right now that I can just thumb screw these right on there. Boom. Bam. We've got our USB. Got that. We've got lights. We've got power. And off to the BIOS we go. What time is it? Unlock on. Enable us. Yes, that's fine. I will just leave it there. Nah. I don't know what these mean. We'll just leave them. Audio, we'll leave them. I'll just leave it like that. I don't know the difference. Oh wait, why is it 1066? Hold on a minute. Oh, I don't think this board supports. What? Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. No, I thought the E5800. Nope, wrong one. Wait, yeah, that's the Pentium dual core. Where's the E8400? Bus speed is 1333. Yeah, and the board's supposed to support 1333. And 10600U operates at a speed of 1333. So why are these running at 1066 and why can't I select 1333? What? What? This website lied to me. FSB speeds says 1333 right here, but that isn't actually not the case. Look at the board specs and let's look for 1333. And it doesn't show up in the board specs. How about 1066? 1066 shows up. Huh. Interesting. I can't just edit this wiki. It's not for me to edit. So I will just leave it incorrect because too much effort to go try to
There isn't like a box to just say like leave a there isn't like a place for me to leave a note. It'd be cool if I could just leave a note, you know. But instead, I gotta join the Discord server and friggin' do all that stuff. So yeah, this board only supports 1066. So it makes me want to pull out my 1033. I don't know. I don't really feel like it. Kinda lazy. I mean, this is literally the... Well, I do have another E8400 that would, in fact, support that 1333 megahertz memory. I just don't really know if I have a board for it, necessarily. Well, this works. I'll just turn you around. Onto the floor over here. We do have this guy. Let's see what this guy's all about. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's the AMD system. Yeah, still useful, but I mean, no, it's still useful. It's got a power supply with a 6-pin, so that's something. This also does, in fact, have an SSD. But I don't know what the hell kind of brand name that is, so we're gonna pretend that it doesn't. That's what we're gonna do. So we're just gonna leave this as is. Yeah. This Optiplex 7010 might support an E8400. I forget what's in here now. I don't feel like I'm mounting all that to find out. I'll just boot it up at some point, see what's in it. But I can also ask the Google. Excuse me, Mr. Google, sir. Dell Optiplex 7010. Oh, the 7010 has been remade. Interesting. I want the old 7010. Processor on page 12. It's got a Q77. Okay, that's 3rd gen. Yeah, it's a bit new. It's a bit too new. It's one generation too new. I think there's an i3 in that thing. Actually. It wasn't terrible. It might be a Pentium, actually. I don't let's get through this installation. I may or may not swap that memory out.
At a later today, probably.
Does anybody even watch Twitch at this hour? What are people doing on a Saturday evening? There's 1,000 people watching this. Sort of high to low. See, I need view bots. I just need like a couple. The problem is there's so many of these streams that have 2 viewers, 1 viewer, and I'm somewhere at the bottom. Hey, there I am. Maybe I should move to like a different category. Man, all this VTuber shit is just out of hand. Like, why don't you just not have a camera at all? You know? What's the point? Can I viewbot my own stream? Just by watching it on my laptop? Still only shows 1 viewer, maybe not. Let's check my chat. Yeah, I can't, it doesn't show up. Boo. I wonder if this would look better as a 4x3. Let's see. that really device default? That's weird. Weird. Well, anyway, it's gonna end up being 1080p pretty soon anyway. Some of these people have 100 viewers, and what are they doing? Oh, you have a bajillion frickin' tags. And you're also running ads? That's so cringe. Interesting. You have moderators? Oh, Stream Elements. Okay. No, wait. By someone. But I mean, hey, you got 100 viewers, so must be doing something right. Must be doing something right. That's for sure. Probably view botting. That's what you're doing. 3D VTuber stream development stuff. And it's just you. It's just like a 3D monkey with a Blender shirt and chat. He was forced to write an assembly. Okay, that's kind of a funny title. I'll give you a viewer for a little bit. Developing a 32-bit operating system on the 8086. A 32-bit operating system on a 16-bit micro. Is 8086? No, 8086 is 100% a 16-bit processor. Yeah. What do you mean a 32-bit? I mean, are you doing like something funky? Like 32-bit memory addressing with some funny stuff? 32-bit memory addressing? Something? Is it a 32-bit data bus? It has a 20-bit physical address bus. Okay. Limited addressable memory to 2 to the 20th. Well, 1 megabyte. Surely he must mean 386. Surely he meant 386 or the 486. The stream also does not work. No, it does.
Let's see. No, not really. I don't see one. I don't see why one would be. It's okay. So, right.
This guy's thinking real hard. You can tell.
Okay, so there's a few things that we need to first understand. Well, I need to first understand. You guys are not running this game. But it does seem like that the rest. Okay, so do I need to start at 32 bits or 16 bits, bro?
Bro, this guy knows what's up. What is he talking about?
What is he talking?
His brain's working hard, you can tell.
Yo, is this like the worst? Okay, so what is this? Bits 32. Hold on, I should be able to figure this out on my own, right? Right?
Oh, I gotta sign in to send a message? Yeah. Oh, I forgot I'm not signed in.
This is easy. This is easy.
This is easy. You got this, dude. Write that 32-bit operating system for your 16-bit microprocessor. You got this, bro. You got this. He's got no camera. He's got no goofy VTuber nonsense where he's pretending to be a moving picture. Just talking at the camera. Talking into the microphone, I should say. All right. Let's see. Let's see how my voice sounds again. I hate the sound of my voice. Let's see. Let's see how my voice sounds again. I hate the sound of my voice. Oh. Let's see. All right. Anyway, moving on. Moving on to refresh this page. Refresh this. That's better. Okay. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to actually look at the BIOS version of this board to see if it was 18 or not. Type a username, for example, John. How about user? Type a computer name. So that guy's NetStream because he streams to the net. This guy streams to NetStream. This is a local stream. Because I think I'm only gonna have one of these. Right. Because I'm gonna have a computer. When I get the smart board there's gonna be a computer on that. But that won't really have a dedicated computer for it necessarily. That's probably going to be, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be an L300 thin client. It's gonna be a thin client, and it's gonna connect to the server rack. So that's NetStream. This will be local stream. User local stream next. No password. Passwords are annoying. And dumb. You know why? Because all that ends up happening is I forget what my forget what my freaking password is. You know what? I don't feel like sitting. I'm too tired to sit on the couch. I've had like 5 coffees worth of caffeine right now, but I'm still too tired to sit on the couch. So we're actually just gonna do some of these. And we're just gonna tighten that up nice and good. Okay. Boom. Ask me later. We are Eastern time. Whoops. That was not the tab key. I have my finger literally on enter and I'm like, this is the tab key, alright? Okay. Alright. 6 whole hours. 6 hours later, we have a system, and it works. And I still feel the urge to replace the memory. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. We will see how it goes. Okay. Let's swap to this guy. This is for the other system, but that's okay. Because it still has some of the drivers that I need. I guess I'm going to keyboard my way through this, unfortunately. Do I need Firefox? Oh, the update pack. We need that. I'm going to copy that. We're going to go to the desktop. Actually, we can go to downloads. We're going to paste. You know, it's really not even that slow. You know, it's like a minute. Like, that's really not that bad. Like, it's a hard drive. It's USB 2.0. But, like, 13 million bytes per second. Okay? 13 million bytes per second is insane. And this is a computer from 2006. You know, I just... Like, it's just ludicrous, like, what we're doing in the year 2026, you know? Moving gigabytes per second, like it's nothing, you know? Like, several gigabytes per second, you know? That is, like, literally an order of magnitude larger than this. But even then, like, it's just like, it's kind of it's unnecessary, right? That's the thing. I don't need to move gigabytes per second. You know, there are very few instances where you should be moving that much data as just like a general consumer, you know? You know, was it Bill Gates who said that nobody needs more than 640 KB of memory? You know, if our software wasn't so fucking bloated, he'd be right. Right? Nobody needs more than that. Nobody should have needed more than that. However, the computers get more powerful anyway, and so then the software begins to take advantage of that. Right? So it's like, I wish I only needed 640K of memory. Like, legit would probably be just... I could still probably do word processing just fine. Type up stuff, print stuff, right? Surf the web even. Why? Because the web would be, like, insanely efficient in order to accommodate for the fact that our computers aren't that powerful, right? Like, Windows doesn't need to look like this. Like, this is pretty cool, right? But there's a lot of shit going on screen
that improves the user experience, but also doesn't really do anything other than improve the user experience. You know, like that's it. That's all it does. Like, it is actually not functional in the slightest. It's not. What's the better way to put it? Because it is functional in terms of user experience, but in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? In terms of its usefulness, right? Like, it's still just as useful. It's just that I would have to be more intelligent in order to extract the usefulness from it, right? I hope these updates work on a 32-bit system. I assume all the update packages don't really care about that. I don't know. Oh, let's check out Task Manager. And now let's go to Performance. And we see we have 3.3 gigabytes of memory. You know, because can't address all four. We're only using 1 gigabyte. It's pretty good. I'm thinking this system will it'll probably use like all 3 gigabytes. I'm probably gonna have to keep the page file configured. Usually I just like to blow away the page file because it's stupid. Usually my system has like 64 and 16 gigabytes of memory, which is just absurd. Like, I'm never using all of that. So it's like, you really need a page file, you know. But in this case, yep, page file still very relevant at this point in time. It's like updating right now. It's only using 700. It's only using 800 megabytes of memory. Dude, that's killer. All right, this is gonna run. Like that. You can alt tab to the desktop. Huh. I did not know that. That's cool. Alright, this is gonna take a while. Back here, let's see, we have OBS NDI, we've got drivers for the capture card. We've got VLC for 64-bit Windows. We've got, this is the latest version of the driver. Extract all files. We are going to put them. Let's put them in downloads. Make a new folder in downloads. C27. Windows 7 is also just way easier to keyboard. Like, I can, like, this operating system is actually like keyboardable. Like, it's just leagues better than Windows 10 in that regard. So what this is gonna do,
This is gonna extract. I think it's gonna try to install. I think it auto. Yeah. However, no. No. Will not. Yeah. We're just gonna. Install that anyway. Probably not a good idea to do this while I'm doing the Windows updates, but I mean it shouldn't matter. Is it Alt D? No, it's not. I mean, I guess I can just do that and then delete. So I'm done with you. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta empty their cycle bin on that computer because it's got a lot of junk on it. It's filling up the disk. Which matters a lot when you only have 32 gigabytes to play around with. So we got the driver for that. I suppose we can install Firefox on this. I mean, honestly, we don't really need Firefox on this. I'm gonna need to get the 32-bit version of. Oh, wait. You know, I forgot. Are we sticking with 32-bit Windows on this machine? That is a good question. I'm not sure if I know the answer to that yet. But I am like I'm updating this already. I've already installed the driver for the C127. Like, you know, the board only supports up to 4 gigabytes of memory anyway. I also I only have one 4 gigabyte DIMM, and it's a low voltage variant, so I don't think that'll even work in this board. And even if it did, I'd have to use a 2 gigabyte DIMM for 6 gigabytes, which would be kind of weird. Yeah, so we're limited to 4 anyway. This fucking Windows 7? Yeah, it is. No, it's not, actually. It is Windows Embedded Point of Sale Ready 7. Less good Windows for sure. Windows 10 is, I mean, I use Windows 10 LTSC Enterprise, which is cut down enough, I guess. Stays out of my way. It's on the monthly patching cycles, so that's why it's good. And, you know, you don't get daily updates, you just get monthly patches. And it doesn't bother you to update either, it's just entirely when you want to. At the moment, I'm running this update pack because you'd be surprised, there's really no difference between Windows 7 and Windows 11. APIs are pretty similar, so it's pretty easy for Microsoft to just keep rolling updates for 7. So they did up until 2025, and someone made a pack that just does it all for me. So very cool to whichever Russian guy decided to do that.
It is EOL. It is EOL. Well, standard consumer versions of Windows 7 went EOL like a decade ago, but point of sale versions, like embedded versions, they just kept, patching because a lot of stuff used it. But it's all just Windows 7, so they took all those patches and then rolled them up into this update pack, which you can technically apply to any version of Windows 7, but I'm using point of sale Ready 7 anyway because it's just the most cut down. So I've been doing this for like 6.5 hours also, if you're wondering why I'm down here on the floor. I spent the last 6 hours troubleshooting the PC that is currently running this. The issue was I was trying to install a 64-bit version of Windows 7, which wouldn't really be an issue if the version of this BIOS clearly wasn't happy with the 64-bit versions of software, because it is a, what is it? I've been switching between like 5 different CPUs. I landed on the Core 2 Duo E8400, so 2-core, 4-thread, LGA 775. Yeah. It is 64-bit, but apparently this board does not play nice with 64-bit software, so 32 it is. But that's okay, because if we go to Task Manager, you'll see it's only using 800 megabytes of memory. So that's kind of nice. Oh, yes, you may restart now. So you were also you're technically my second non-robot viewer. The first one was yesterday when I was hacking some Wii's. And now this guy's going down to the basement, so that way I can stream my microscope camera. But yeah, that's where I'm at. What do I like to look at? What do you mean by that? I can't remember what I said 20 seconds ago that made you ask that question. Microscope. Oh, no, it's not like I'm looking at things necessarily. I do like soldering under it. So when I'm soldering like teeny tiny little doodads and trinkets, it's easier to see under a microscope. So it's more for, just makes fixing stuff easier. I'll fix this camera. Well, soldering skills improve when you solder. Tends to happen. I'm also not that great at soldering. I haven't done it a whole lot, but the scope does help significantly, especially when it's really teeny tiny things. So, also, if you have a trash soldering iron, it does make life harder. So it is worthwhile to invest in good soldering equipment. Not saying it'll make you good at soldering, however, it will make soldering easier to learn when you have tools that get hot and stay hot. Especially when you're soldering to like a ground plane that can just absorb the heat from the tip of your iron.
Hacko, that's right. I have a Hacko 703B, I think it is, down in the basement. It works really well. I find eBay, I love eBay. I love buying things on eBay. So you can just put in some saved searches just for equipment you're looking for, and then just get older Hacko equipment, and it still lasts. Nice. I do not have a hot air rework. I am actually looking for one. I have an eBay saved search out for I think it was an 850 or a 7. I think it was a Hacko 850. And there's this one listed that has like a bunch of quad package tips with it, except I want like $500 for it, which is not okay. Nice. How much did he pay? Louis Rossman runs. Does he sell soldering equipment? I know. Oh, he probably probably a sponsorship. If I had to guess. Do I not have Explorer? What's going on? Oh. I guess it's gonna update more. Yeah, probably. Probably. Trying to think of what else I was going to do today. I've been so busy with this that I'm just kind of exhausted, actually, from just running around my house looking for parts. I'm also on a Red Bull and 3 V8 energies, so I'm kind of, I would say, crashing a little bit. Unless I just got more caffeine. I should get more caffeine. I probably shouldn't, though. At some point, I'll have an easier way to stream other things at the same time. Just not there yet. I have a FireWire DVC that I can take S-Video and composite input from, except the PCIe FireWire card that I bought is HP branded. The internal header is apparently probably not standard, and so the cable I bought doesn't work for it. So I have to take apart my stream PC over there, fix that. Oh. I need drivers, actually. You also can't see my laptop. I already tried to get the laptop on the stream. It just, there's actually it might work now that I'm using VGA. Not VGA, I was using VGA and it was being frustrating. So maybe. I can just.
I'll have to grab another HDMI cable.
Be right back. This, of course, has the downside of me not being exactly sure when the updates are done, but that's okay. Actually, no, I do have a solution for that. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, that looks about right. All right. R9 380 driver. Sure, I'll take your cookies. And probably just go with the latest. Is this seriously just like all of them? That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Going all the way back to 2016. That is kind of impressive. They got NVIDIA beat, at least. NVIDIA lets you go back like something like that. NVIDIA lets you go back like a year. And then if you want other drivers, you have to like manually probe the URL and like just like decrement like the number in search of the driver you want. It's actually miserable. Because you can sometimes Google foo a little bit to get close to the driver you want, and then from that point you have a starting point to like work your way back down. And that is not fun. I had to do that to get version 399 is the 399.24. It's the one I needed for a 980 Ti because they removed the ability to use interlaced resolutions with newer versions of the NVIDIA graphics driver. But the 980 Ti, well, all 900 series will do interlacing. So you have to like go back to an older driver where such a thing is actually able to be, you're actually able to tell the card to run an interlaced resolution with an older driver, whereas you go to like, I don't know, whatever they're on now, 600 something, and it's just not even a thing. Let's throw this down. And then
I'm actually going to switch this monitor
over to the system.
See, now I need to get an HDMI switch on top of the splitter.
Because then I could swap the stream and the monitor back between the laptop and the PC, but I don't. I do have one, but it's in use.
Oh. Wait, no. I can actually just... No, that's too much work. I'll just unplug it. And then... put those updates on here. Can I get my... I'm trying to think if I want to start Explorer on the Windows 7 machine. Because, like, I assume it didn't start it up intentionally while it's doing updates. But I want to... Well, actually, I think I can just start Device Manager. Let's see, device... Well... I wonder if there's an easy way to... Because I don't have an HDMI switch, but that doesn't prevent me from being the HDMI switch, as long as it's not too cumbersome to do. Yeah, it's not that bad. You just do that and that. I want... Did I not new task? Let me new task. Okay, I guess it's not gonna let me. There we go. I guess I'm not super surprised that it found all the drivers, considering the board is, you know, the same era as the operating system. Which is cool. Let me just make sure the chat's here. That's cool. This guy... Oh. I think I already have the driver for that, though. I do.
think we'll also use OBS Studio on this machine, same version, and then we should be able to send from OBS to OBS. And that would be consistent. Let me check that flash drive. Oh, also need this. Gotta make sure we have that. Ba-boom. Okay. We got OBS NDI. We have, oh yep, right here, 27.2.4. We're not gonna use 2508. We'll just delete that. There. We've got NDI tools 4.5.1. I may as well just install Firefox, you know, just to have, at this rate, I'm probably just going to have this stream PC just be pretty identical to the other one. Well, I mean, this one's streaming. Let's see what we're working with over here. It's using 2 gigs of memory. Nothing. It's using nothing. I've got 16 in here for no reason at all. Although it is really hammering out those quad cores. That's the other thing. Dang.
Maybe I do have to put the Q6600 in this build. I'd rather not.
But I mean, this thing's CPU is getting hammered. Wait, no, this thing is a 2-core, 4-thread. It's not actually 4 cores. So, that E8400 being 2-core, 4-thread
should be pretty comparable to that, except, you know, that's a 7th gen i3, whereas this is a 1st gen, I guess. Is it 1st gen, or this is before 1st gen, actually. This is pre-gen. Yeah. So it's a fair bit older, a fair bit slower. I don't know. Well, hopefully the
R9 380 will alleviate some of the weight of H.264 software encoding. So that would be nice. You know what I'm gonna do?
I think I can just do this.
bring that all the way down. And then
there. Now I don't have to like look up at the camera. It's way better. It's way better. Oh, whoops, I'm still streaming this. I think that's all I need for this, really. I need graphics drivers. I have... I'm pretty sure that's the driver package for the camera. For that FireWire card. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's it. can just eject that now.
All right. All right. What is? I shouldn't say is. I should say what are the success criteria here? Before I clean all this up and switch to a different task, what am I looking for? I'm going to hope that the Slippy build of Dolphin runs on 32-bit hardware. That's what I'm gonna do. I totally forgot. For Windows, it's just a setup. I don't know if it is. Wait, what version was that? 2.13.3. For some reason, I remember seeing that. Oh, you can't see what I see. I remember this saying somewhere that they dropped support for anything that isn't Windows 10. Well, I mean, I guess we'll download the latest installer. We'll see how it goes. Download please? There we go. You're just gonna pop that right onto the USB drive that I already removed from the machine. Of course. Of course, I bet this needs internet. If I had to guess. Oh, it's 111 megabytes is a lot. Maybe it's all in there. I hope it's an offline installer. I mean, I'm going to put this guy on the network soon enough anyway. So.
I guess all we can do is try it. Oh, actually, I bet the GitHub has something to say about it. Yeah, there's a release. Build it yourself. If you're a loser. Oh, we need VC Redist. Forgot about that. That's probably what's gonna limit yeah, updated OS. Windows Center newer. Oh, it's because it uses Qt6, huh? Damn. But, like, so the thing is, I'm not actually using this for anything other than replays. Right. They updated it with 2.12. They updated requirements for Mac. Let's see what it said on. Let's see what it said 5 years ago. That's a lot. Oh, it's like the whole commit. Okay, so they added this right here, and it was just always Windows 10 or never. Okay. So now we're gonna go do it the slow way, where we go to releases. Nope. We go to releases. There we go. So another thing though is they say Windows 10 and up, but that doesn't necessarily mean it won't work on Windows 8.1 or older. Unless they just do a check and they say no. Yes, of course. Potentially. I didn't see anything. Some very minor bug fixes. That's kind of annoying. What is OBS WebSocket? Built-in plugin since v28. What about WebSocket 27.2? It's a stable. Oh, that's for the studio. WebSocket. I assume it was a plug-in before it was built in. OBS WebSocket 491 is a compatible version designed for OBS Studio. Necessary for older integrations before OBS 28 Plus built functionality directly into the software. So WebSocket 491 OBS 28 Plus / Qt6. This version, oh, that's a big text. Does not use the same Does not use the same protocol as previous 4.x versions like 491. Additionally, install 491. Available below to maintain 4x protocol support. Only use this with 27. That's what I'm using. Do not install this if you are using an OBS version other than 27. This is a minor bug fix. Oh, here's the actual one. Way too many changes to list here. UI has gotten a full revamp. New session table. Contact info. Password authentication is enabled by default. Change the default port. Protocol has gotten a revamp. Virtually anything possible in 4 is possible in 5. If you're having trouble migrating your code to 5. Okay. Support for 5. Older versions are no longer supported. Older than 5. Okay. So that's interesting. Let's download 5 for version 27. Okay, yeah, I see. So now it's just bundled. So this is right. But then it says this does not use the same protocol as previous 4.x versions like 491. Additionally, install 491 to maintain 4x protocol. Oh, additionally. We have also included binaries for a version of OBS WebSocket 491 Compact. This can be run alongside 5.0. Okay, so that's if I need it. However, it sounds like we're gonna have to do some. We're gonna have to do some version hunting here. I'm looking for the version that says we no longer support Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 8.1. I'm looking for them to say it, just so I know, like, that's the version I'm gonna get. And then I'm gonna test the latest. But they aren't going out of their way to say it, so I'm not sure. Maybe it's just always been the case. For a very long time now. I wonder if I can just use this. I wonder if I can just, like, literally just use this. And that'll do. Well, this is the GitHub repo for something interesting. Oh, that's right. I have to use your fork of the Slippy launcher. Huh. Forgot about that. Wait, this is just... Wait. Is that just Nintendo? What's going on here?
Did you just reboot?
Okay, well, seems that stopped working. I wonder what happened. Oh, I have to use that Oh. Well, that's not good. That doesn't help. Your fork from what? Several months ago? Forked from this. Oh, it's probably new enough then. This is from, what, 112? From 2024? Golly. The only change here is hot swap without a USB without a USB being plugged in at boot. Don't care. Not loading from a USB. Fix black screen look, but don't care. Add freeze glitch fix code to convenience mods. I assume it's cool if I use this fork then. Not sure what happened here. I took my eyes away from this system for like 1 second, and now it's beeping at me. Why? Oh, okay. This guy might take a very long time to start up with that spinning rust. Really didn't even take that long. It's still updating? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. It's probably like the 5th time it's rebooted. It was updating that whole time. Oh man. I thought it was broken. I thought it was busted. Alright, well. Just do some swapping around. Did that end up on the flash drive? It did. This does not go on the flash drive. This goes... This just goes in my documents folder. Oops. I don't know what I did. Did that not? gonna do is try again. Oh, I think I accidentally dumped it in a different folder. Oh. I need a 32-bit version of VLC as well. I really should have just been consistent and got the should have just installed the 64-bit version of this. I mean, I guess it's not that hard to just get the 32-bit versions of things. This person has a fork of the Slippy launcher as well. This is very behind. I mean, it's not really a problem since all it needs to do is watch. So maybe it works out that it's old. It's a lot of commits. So I guess I have to build it myself. Well, I don't want to build it myself. So what we're going to do instead is we are going to figure out which version of this was used, and then try to run that and see if it runs on Windows 7.
Oh, it starts with the oldest. Okay. So November 9th, 2025. November 9th, 2025. Let's go back to about November 9th, 2025. Oh, that's not really that old. So probably using we'll try 211. What kind of updates do we get? Spectate remote control. Enable programmatic control of the launcher's existing spectate feature. So we are we are also going to download this version. Slippy Launcher 2.11.10 .exe. Also going to put that on the flash drive. So we've got the latest. We have the version that, presumably at least, the version that was forked by this other person's project. All right, let's get cracking. Oh, is this the 64-bit? Oh, I'm a moron. Oh. I forgot. What a bummer. Yeah. Windows 7 64-bit. Alright. R9 380 driver. I don't think they have a 32-bit edition.
mean, it says 64-bit, but maybe we just run it anyway, and then it'll extract the drivers, and then we'll be okay. Yep. No, it shouldn't be a problem. Gonna grab some cookies. Okay, I assume the installer got to a point where it was like, this is 32-bit, and then it died. So, what am I doing? Okay. It's somewhere in there. That's all that matters. And we go to here, and then we update, browse. Okay. That's not how that was supposed to go. I think I made a mistake.
Oh well.
Oh, I forgot it's a hard disk. Very slow. No, don't install that. I don't care what Windows has determined. Windows is wrong. Do what I tell you to. Nothing is ever easy. This worked on the last system I did.
for it. Therefore, we provide a null driver package, a .init file without a sys file to satisfy OS requirements. PCI dev infincat. So I'm running this. Okay, I guess not. That one specifically. Ah. Well, that's for downloading. That doesn't help. I'm going to forget it. No, I'm not. I'm going to group caps lock on. Group policy. Interesting. Interesting. Administrative templates. system device installation. Device installation restrictions. Prevent installation of devices that match any of these IDs. Any of these device IDs. Enabled. Did that not copy paste? Can I not? Oh, actually I have to right click. Copy. Why can't I type stuff in? Oh. There we go. Figures. Nope, that was the wrong one. Okay. Enabled. One. Okay, just the first. I just have to hit tab one more time. And then I get where I need to go. Still gotta change out that memory. I keep forgetting I gotta... Let's go! we love policy. Love policy when it works in our favor. Anyway. But I should be able to install it. Right. Okay, I couldn't find it. Interesting. It's kind of fucking annoying. You know what? You know what I didn't do? I didn't even really try to run the provided executables. Okay, that's what I thought, yeah. Okay, so now we've tried. Work around. So there has been 64. These are all 64-bit applications. Stop. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, so we're gonna have to use frickin' 64-bit Windows, unless I use the driver that is provided with the CRT EMU driver. that I used long ago and might end up using with this system anyway. Now that I think about it, let me check that out. I don't know where I put it. Oh, I think it's on the other computer. Might be on the other computer. Yeah. I will just re-download it over here. Okay. Why is everything 64-bit? No.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to. I want to say go to bed because I'm exhausted. Oh, and I keep having terrible posture sitting down here. However, we are going to update the BIOS. Dude, what? I need to get a mouse cursor. I'm tired of keyboarding right now. Oh, let's see if this will run, just for funsies. Got it. Noted. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to reinstall it. That's fine. Assuming this works. At least this doesn't require 64-bit Windows. That'd be crazy. I can't see it. Okay. There we go. Okay, I was worried. I was worried there was a button that I couldn't see. I can't tab through it. Ooh. Wow-wee. That hurt when I stood up. Okay. We're just gonna slam this mouse. Honestly, that might be better. Or I'll just drop it. That's cool too. Make sure that didn't get pulled up too much. There we go. Okay. Next, yes. Finish. Did it do it? I don't really know what to expect, honestly. Hope it doesn't auto boot that flash drive that's in there. I had version 11, now we're going to version 18. Dude, I just remembered something.
Why do the apps on my phone have to update like every day? It's like I just ran through and updated all the apps, you know, like a week ago, and now like all 8 of them need updates again. It's like it's so annoying. Like, can you guys stop just like update? Like, why? What's going on here? What are you doing trying to friggin' update something? Well, it doesn't matter, because we just need 64-bit Windows. So hopefully updating the BIOS fixed the problem. We're gonna shut down. We are gonna swap to slower memory. I'm gonna eat a cookie. And then we're gonna try installing 64-bit Windows from I think this one has the 64-bit version. Actually, we'll just leave that in there. Okay. This will be so quick. I'm not even gonna move the camera. We're just gonna boom, boom. Oh, I'm gonna have to pull that up to get to the memory color. That's kind of cheeks. Nope, I can actually just push it out the way. This is that speedy stuff, and it does work. So we're gonna put it. I'm gonna set it aside. We're gonna set it over here. 'Cause that's some good stuff right there. That's some good shit right there. And then I'm gonna put the E8400 next to it because it's the only chip I have that can take advantage of that speed. Memory. Yes. Boom. And that'll go in, I don't know, another computer at some point. And then we'll switch back to the 1066. Even though the E8400 does in fact support 1333, this board does not. So, makes no difference. I mean, like, oh, you know, we could put the SSD in. Like, we're already here, right? And we know how it ran on the hard drive. It was kinda cheeks, but it wasn't that bad. But it's gonna get worse when I start installing drivers that have to be loaded and software that needs to run. So, yeah, maybe we see if it even works first. Let's do that. Let's not bother with that just yet. Let's see if we can boot this thing. Boot this thing. Okay. We have an updated BIOS. We have a clock that works. We have memory at 1066.
Actually, we are going to disable that 'cause that's annoying. Just run automatic. We're going to have to do UEFI boot or to do that, and boot USB devices first. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. Oh, actually, yeah, it'll probably do UEFI. Let's go! Woo! BIOS update. Did it. Oh man, okay. Let's install this shit one more time. Oh, it's Enterprise. What? Really? Huh. Wait. Hold on. Okay, so this one's POS Ready 7, 32-bit. That mouse is not for this. POS Ready 7, yep. And there's no files on it. This is also 32-bit, so we're gonna use this one. But I guess I thought wrong. Huh, that's funny. That is funny. Anyway. Let's pull open Rufus. Yes. POS Ready 7. We are looking for POS Ready 7 64. You know, I don't really need to use POS Ready 7. I don't really need to. I originally did it because it receives updates. However, all of the cumulative updates for this version of Windows are in that update package that I can realistically run on any version of Windows 7. You know, any version of Windows NT 6.1, like any of them. So I could just do Enterprise. But embedded POS Ready 7. I mean, you can't beat a name like that, obviously. Like, That's crazy. It just tried to recommend FAT32 as the file system instead of NTFS. But when I ran the 32-bit ISO through Rufus, it recommended NTFS. I trust Rufus more than I trust myself, so I guess it's gonna be FAT32. I love those cookies. Okay, that's going. We're not installing this version.
Wait a minute.
Did I do Enterprise 64-bit or Enterprise 32-bit? Is this a 32-bit operating system? Ooh, it is. Uh-oh. Okay, so I did not get any confirmation whatsoever that I actually fixed the issue. Just gonna push and hold. Knock this dude out. Okay. What is on this? What is on this flash drive? DVD ROM. It's all this stuff. Why did it say this was... This is the one I've been using forever now. It said Enterprise, but I don't think it is actually Enterprise. I'm pretty sure this one's 64-bit. Let's just run setup. Dang, I just ran it right on my Windows 10 laptop. What if I installed Windows like that? That'd be crazy. I do want to cancel cancel that. That didn't help me. Well, we're writing the one we want right now. Let's just. Yeah, this one is just Enterprise. Is this really 32-bit Enterprise? Is there a way for me to test? There's probably, I know there's let's go to the drivers. EFI boot x64. No, okay, this one was 64-bit, so it did work. No, so we are good. Yeah. However, it is Enterprise. We don't want Enterprise. We want the funny one. Oh. Currently 50% copying. I'm tired. So at least we don't have to find 32-bit versions of everything. 'Cause that was going to be a nightmare, honestly. So should be able to make these pretty consistent. Because the goal is for them to be pretty much exactly the same. Like, even if they're spec'd out a little different, it'd still be good to have the operating systems themselves be the same, so that way when I go to interact with them, it's consistent and I know what to expect. Oh, yeah, SSD. It's only at like 58%. We've got some time. Let's pop this doohickey up. So, actually, I wonder, I might have an SSD in this bin here. You know, I've got a couple hard drives that I'm saving for Xbox 360 modding. However, nope. I actually have a couple. Interesting. What the heck is that? Sometimes even I forget what's in here. Oh, it's an HGST drive with a. It is glued to the bottom. Oh, no, wait, what is this?
500 gigabyte, 5400 RPM. It's cool. That's cool. The rest of these are kind of junky. Okay. So I've still got this SSD. Oh wait, is this still working? Okay, this is good. Sometimes I look at the camera the wrong way and it freezes. Okay. So we got this. Bam. I don't know. I don't like the idea of just like letting it float. So I could get a SATA cable that has locking tabs. That would be helpful. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look for a different SSD first. There's only one other SSD I can think of that I own, and I don't know where it is. I've actually been looking for it forever, and I have never found it. I think I gave it to someone, honestly. Anyway, look at this. This is the memory module I was looking for several hours ago when I was trying to troubleshoot what I thought, at least, were memory errors when they were not. This is, in fact, 2 ranks. So, I mean, it would have still helped because I knew this one worked. But, I mean, I would have just popped it in and it wouldn't have worked, and I would have been like, oh, shit. So it would have been nice to know. Would have been nice to know that the original memory module was still having issues. It would have helped. But we got it figured out anyway. Of course, it's a frickin' busted-ass BIOS that needs an update. Frickin' figures. I'm gonna put this with the other DDR3. I'm gonna go make a DDR3 pile so I don't have to sort through all these all ever again. Oh, okay. You know what would be nice though? I wonder if I could buy a 3.5 3.5-inch mount that would contain an M.2, I think it's an E key. I think it's E key that is PCIe by 2 / SATA. And I wonder if I could just buy an adapter that I could actually mount here. Because then it would, it'd screw in nice, and then I'd be able to use, the other SATA drives that I bought, right? Because I bought a lot of 5, so that way when one of them fails, I can just pop in a replacement really quick. But this, you see this I have no replacement for because this is mSATA, which is not the same.
So, I don't know. Maybe I just put this whole project on hold until I. Well, let's see what I can buy on eBay first. Let's go shopping. I suppose I could switch the I could switch the laptop, but I mean, I think this will be pretty quick. It's either there or it isn't, or it isn't. 3.5. SATA to M.2. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. There's some crazy products on eBay. Like, I can't imagine buying one of these. What? Okay, well, none of these are the things I'm looking for. Oof, $18, $7 delivery from China? Yikes. That's pricey. It is what I'm looking for, though. It's got a SATA on one side, it's got M.2 on the other. And then it's got a 3.5-inch cage. But I mean, realistically, it's, well, $25 just so I can mount it is, well, and also because I get the ability to drop in a replacement. So maybe what we do is maybe we just move forward with what we've got, and then when it fails, we'll buy that. It won't be as quick, but I mean, I have a second machine I'll be able to stream from. It really won't be that big of a deal. Also, this hard drive. That's a nice hard drive. That hard drive works pretty well. Can't say that about most of the hard drives that I own. Do I want it? Do I want to let it just kind of sit there and rot in this system? Or do I want to use it for a Windows XP build in the future? Probably want to use it for a Windows XP build in the future. Does look pretty good in there, though. Also, I was considering this being the Windows XP build, but I mean, it's just not. Well, I'm saying I wanted the case. This case, I mean, it's literally got the. Whoops. It's literally got the frickin' Windows XP sticker right on it. I mean, like, come on. Right? This case is begging to house a computer that runs Windows XP. However, I've worked too hard to get to this point, so we're going to leave it at that. I mean, like, I could transplant this to a different case, but all the other cases I have are just, they're meh. Well, I mean, the ones that are really cool already have a computer inside of them, and I'm not looking to gut them. This was really the only case that I liked and had some bullshit in it that needed to be replaced. So, we'll leave it as it is. However, that hard drive, I mean, I could just run it off the hard drive anyway, you know? But what I don't want to happen is I dump all this work into setting up the software, and then it's like, you know, this kind of runs like ass, and it's too slow. That's what I don't want to happen. You know what? That's a good hard drive. That's a good hard drive. That is a good hard drive. If I can't put in the SSDs that I want to put in for the purpose of ease of recovery from a failure, then I will simply stick with this. And it's realistically not that slow, and I'm realistically not installing too much more on these systems that would cause them to cause the hard drive to be an issue. Right. Well, they're running 64-bit Windows. It'll be nice to... I'll claw back another 700 megabytes of memory, so that's cool. Let's see here. This guy's done. You will now eject you. Okay, well, since we've gotten to this point, where you are, this guy's officially done. Oh, hold on. That power cable is not long enough. Let's get a spot for it. Back this guy up a little bit. These chips out the way. This should still be configured to auto boot.
Ouch. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Yep. Glass is hard to see. Ooh. Ow. The boot selection failed because a required device is inaccessible. Ow. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That did not go as I expected. At all. Yeah, I just like slammed. I didn't slam my pinky, but I slammed my pinky and the toe next to it into a panel of glass from that other system that's there. But it didn't hit either toe, it went between them. I like, whoosh, it went right there between both toes, and I slammed basically just like the front of my foot into that. So, yeah, that kind of hurt. It wasn't as bad as slamming my pinky, but it did hurt. Okay. Let's see here. Boot. UEFI boot is enabled. Boot USB devices first. Okay. Escape. F10. Oh. No, I'm just gonna have to hit F10, I guess. Oh, yeah. So originally, that 32-bit installation of Windows is, of course, legacy. But we are configured to boot EFI. Oh. Oh. Okay. So this is the flash drive. Boot selection failed because a required device is inaccessible. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. Guess I'll plug this back in and see what all that's about. If I can find the USB port. There we go. Boom. So if I just run setup.exe. Okay. So that kind of works. Setup works at least. What did I do? Okay. I'm trying to remember if there's something that I did when I installed that one. I was trying to add the hotfixes. I was trying to patch the hotfixes in to the installation media at one point, but I didn't go that route. I was trying to include NVMe drivers as well, but I also didn't go that route because I ended up just buying a bunch of SATA SSDs. You know, because they're fast enough. It's a bizarre error. I don't remember ever seeing that. It either just booted or it didn't. I mean, I suppose I could just rerun the Rufus. I don't really want to. This takes a while.
Yeah, no, I think I did slipstream some drivers, but that was only because the board I was using, I mean, it's got a 7th gen Intel processor in it. It's like, a little bit too new to be running Windows 7. Right? But, I mean, this board right here is, like, purpose-built to run this operating system, so I don't know why it wouldn't work. Well, I mean, I think this is more like Windows. I think this is more Windows Vista era, but like it's NT6. You get the idea. E8400 release date January 2008. Okay, yeah, no. Vista was Vista was pretty shortly after Windows XP. I thought like it was pretty quick. For like security reasons, I think. It was like 2006, right? This release date. 2007. Released to manufacturing on November 2006, though. Yeah. And then 7 was pretty soon after that. Probably specify Windows 7. 2009, yeah. Very quickly. Windows 8. 2012. Okay.
Gotta do this. I gotta get this done, but I'm also exhausted. The caffeine is wearing thin. Actually, I think it's already worn off. I think it's just me. Caffeineless.
Could use some water though.
Okay.
Okay. I have absolutely no idea why it won't boot. I have not a single freaking clue. I guess I could just do it again, Try again. Rufus it again. I can't imagine why. We need some file hashes. Where did I put it? Probably in here. Yeah. Okay, so here's Enterprise SP1 at 64, and this is embedded. know why I hate Windows? Because there's no easy way to get file hashes for files. On Linux it comes with the utility. It's just right there and you just hash it. Does Windows come with a file hash utility in the CMD? Windows SHA checksum. Oh, it's on PowerShell. Sweet. Very cool. Get file. Can't tab complete. Oh no, I can't. Path is C. Can't tab complete that though. And Windows uses the wrong one, that's right. User, downloads. Why am I typing all this out? Can I copy file path? Nope. But I can copy that whole path at the top bar. I can paste it, and then I can copy, and then I can go to rename this, and I can select the whole thing, and then I can copy, back to PowerShell, enter. 256. Path 2, wait, path? Hold on, what am I doing? Oh, I might be doing the other one. That's the evaluation version. Oh, sweet. Oh no, these are evaluations. Useless. distracted again. Okay, I need a hash. There's a hash. Let's copy the whole string. Let's paste the whole string into Google. No way. Windows POS Ready and Industry and IoT LCC compilation. POS Ready 7, 64-bit English. That's that, and that's the hash. Wow. I always forget to do that for some reason. Oh, and I'm like, oh, is this hash good? Well, Google it. And if nothing turns up on Google, then the hash probably isn't good. Alrighty. Actually, this is kind of a cool post. Embedded 8 Industry Pro. Lots of different versions of Embedded. The only version here I'd ever care to use, of course, is the one for Windows 7, because why the hell would anyone want to use Windows 8 for anything? Unless you just so happen to be dealing with a specialized system that also happens to run Embedded 8. In which case it's fine, because all it's doing is, you know, its job. So, there you go. So, checksum was good. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna Rufus it again. We're gonna Rufus that drive. We're gonna pick NTSC this time. That's what we're gonna do. Standard Windows installation, GPT, UEFI, NTFS. Go. No, don't give it that name. We'll call it POS Ready 7. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. If this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Guess I'll install Enterprise. You know what I'll do while I wait? Oh, you what I'll do while I wait? I will change out those versions of Nintendo, the Wii's that I hacked. Because apparently, they're all wrong. Those are not my Wii's.
They're the ones over here. Forgot. Look at my wheeze. I just need to swap out some software. We're gonna delete all the slippies. And we're gonna there you go. Delete all the slippies. And here we go. And then just extract all to G. Boom. Bada boom. And then eject. last one. Almost done. All right. Alright, I should probably do a little bit of cleaning up. It's kind of a mess in here.
This power supply sounds kind of funny. When I tried using to test earlier, I don't know. I might mess around with it. Maybe it just sounds like that when you plug it in and there's no load on it. Just chuck it over here. And then we do have this goofy 500 watt power supply. It does in fact have PCIe power, which is nice. So, yeah, it's definitely kind of chintzy, but it'll do. It'll be useful for something. Okay. These Wii's can go. Get out of here.
close. Eject. I wonder if I just, I don't know, didn't eject it, or if it was still writing, or I don't know what happened, but it's a nice hot flash drive. Very spicy. Maybe the drive's just cooked from all the writing. That's also possible. It is entirely possible. This monitor takes too long to do its thing. Yeah, I don't get it. Same thing. Alright, well, now let's be smart about it and actually look it up. Resolve this by ensuring your USB is created with the official media creation tool. Yeah, shut up, AI. Full of shit. Usually means the BCD entry is pointing at the wrong place. Boom. MGR looks in the BCD store to find the address, and that is the message. If he has been sent the ... He has been sent the wrong way. Can often be fixed using automated startup prepare for Windows Boot Media. Windows 7 does not support modern UEFI booting? Yeah, it does. It definitely does. But of course, if I do that, yeah. Whew. it's not that. There's no way it's that. It's just, that wouldn't make any sense. Try that, I guess. MBR format needed for USB mass device. Can it just not handle GPT? That can't be right. There's no way. That just wouldn't make any sense. What are we talking about? It just doesn't make any sense. Just doesn't make any sense. Could literally boot the 32-bit version of this just fine. Windows 7 install from USB FAT32 or NTFS. FAT32 is required for modern UEFI systems. If your Windows 7 ISO file is larger than 4 GB, you must use NTFS. No, you're retarded. Nope. Okay, so they recommend NTFS, but I think using both FAT32 and NTFS is yielding the same issue. So it doesn't really help. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to get a brand new flash drive. We're gonna set this one aside in case it's bunk.
Okay. I could not find my pile of brand new flash drives. That may be because I've already blown through all of them. It is entirely possible. So we will instead just switch to a different one. Probably hasn't been worn out as much. Let's see, does that work? Yes. Okay. And as you can see, it does not show up. That's probably because it's got a bunch of goofy stuff on it. That is not what I typed in. Ooh, I definitely do not want to select the, it's this, it's got to be this one. But I'm just gonna eject that guy because I do not want to mess up and lose all that data. List disk, select. Yeah, see, I would have picked the wrong one. That's funny. Yeah. It's all nice and clean now. We can Rufus. Wait a minute. Do I have two different versions of Rufus? Are you kidding me? This is why Windows is fucking retarded. Oh, I think 4.5p is over there on the other system. No. Interesting. Okay. No way, it's got dark mode now? Oh, that's sweet. I should have updated forever ago. Okay, anyway. That's the 32. That is the 64. Open MBR. Oh, but that forces BIOS. Oof. We're gonna do FAT32, because that's probably better. Interesting. You know, screw you, EFI. Screw it. I don't care. We just won't bother. Although, no, I guess we'll find out. Oh, but now it has to be in TFS. Really? I don't get a choice? I don't know which one to pick.
I'm not entirely sure what to do, actually.
Well, I mean, the last 2 times I tried Jippity and then picked both of those and neither of those worked. So we're going to go MBR, targeting BIOS, I guess it's NTFS, and that all looks swag. This is for like old BIOSes. This is not an old BIOS. This is like from 2012, so we shouldn't have to click that. Okay. Oh man, this version is slow. Why is it taking so long? This is supposed to be done in like milliseconds. Shouldn't take any time at all to partition with MBR. What is going on? I wonder if this drive is cooked. Oof, it's already getting hot. Just started. Oh man, I shouldn't have updated. Oh, dude, this is so slow. What's going on? Let's ask the Google. New versions of Rufus suck. Why do people not like System D? Increasing complexity and violating the Unix philosophy by managing tasks beyond init. And why do some people not like it? I mean, it's obviously some low-level nonsense where it's like, oh, it's not the way it's supposed to be. website. Well, some people like it, some people don't like it. But you know whose opinion matters? There's only one person whose opinion matters when it comes to Linux. And me saying that should already tell you exactly whose opinion that is. What does Linus think about SystemD? And this is the only generally neutral or positive regarding SystemD, stating he doesn't have strong opinions and actually uses it on his main desktop and laptop. While he has criticized some SystemD developers as being cavalier about bugs and compatibility and dislikes specific design details like binary logs, he has clarified he is not among those who hate the concept. Well, if that's what he thinks, that's the way it is. I will say I do like this. That is cool. That's the way I think things should be. But like, I mean, it's a freaking operating system. I mean, you know, it's kind of a lot. There's kind of a lot going on in an operating system. Oh well. I don't write the operating system, I just use it, so can't do much about that. Basically, I do not care. I will continue to use Windows and be happy. So long as I can actually get Windows to, you know, install. It's just a difference of where the battles are. Unfortunately, Windows is annoying in the dumbest ways possible. But when it works pretty well. I think the best way to have a Windows installation is to just have it only run a couple applications. It should only do a couple things. People get their Windows desktop computers and they load them up to the brim with software as far as the eye can see, downloading shit here, installing this, installing that, installing this, installing that, you know. And I think at some point it just gets cluttered. Like I haven't reinstalled this I don't think I've ever had to reinstall Windows on this laptop. And I've had this laptop for a very long time. This is running LTSC 2021, and I definitely had it. I think I bought this in 2021. I think I installed LTSC 2021 as soon as it came out on this laptop. I wonder if there's a way. Is there a way to, is there an about? System properties? Probably not. Manage? No. If I just punch in about your PC. Cool. Laptop. Frequently asked questions. Nope, this was installed on 2024. Oh, I think it was because I was switching to IoT Enterprise. That might have been what it was. But actually, no, that's just a license key change. I don't remember reinstalling Windows on this. Oh, that's cool. What was I doing? What was I doing 2 years ago? Well, if you must know, I'm going to be installing Windows 7 on this at some point, obviously. Well, actually, no. That's been the plan for like a couple of months. The plan was to get all of my data off of this laptop onto my servers and then install Windows 7. Just like, not like a goofy one, just like a Windows 7, probably just Windows 7 Enterprise, honestly. No, I'd probably just use POS Ready 7. Because I gotta use, like, you know, the fancy Aero Glass theme, obviously, because it's my personal computer. So obviously you gotta use the fancy one. However, I was thinking about it and I realized I don't really need this laptop. But it could be useful to run my Wii Dev Kit. So I was actually thinking about installing Windows Server 2003 on this. Because that would be cool. That would be cool. So, that is the actual plan still. Is this almost done yet? Gosh, it's taking forever. I should get a 3.0 drive so that way it's faster to copy the files to it. Even if the installation process is only USB 2.0 speeds, at least copying to the drive would be way faster. Normally I wouldn't really care if it takes 15 minutes to do this. The problem is that this is the third 15-minute chunk of time that I've spent waiting for these files to copy. So, it is mildly annoying. Mildly. Just a wee bit. So let's see. I really wanted to get this system, like, I wanted my goal. Let me not be in like the corner of the camera. My goal today was to get this system plugged in and running in my basement and like streaming, maybe not microscope camera, but at least streaming something over the network. Just like proof of concept, stream the desktop. Okay, we're good. That was my goal. However, this is taking a lot longer. Oh my goodness, it's 10:16. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, I've been at this for 10 hours. Wow, 10 hours. And guess what? This is not gonna work. 10 hours later and I still don't have an operating system installed. I mean, not that all I've been doing is trying to install the operating system, but like, you know, usually building a system don't take this long.
And the entire time, all I had to do was update the BIOS. Anyway, let's get this show on the road for the third time. Hope this does something. Oh, I gotta go to BIOS. Man, if I knew I was gonna be up this late, I would have drank another Red Bull at 6 o'clock. Oh, wow. Alright, we still got time. We still got all that stuff. UEFI boot disable. Because it's dumb. It's dumb. That's right, you heard it here first, folks. It's dumb. Boot the USB devices first. Oh. Let's go. Oh, let's go. We did it. Oh, wait, is this launching? Is this booting off the hard drive? Oh, this might be just booting the hard drive. Oh, bummer. That was too fast to be the hard drive, though. No. That was really quick. I thought it took longer than that. Oh well. Okay. We gotta turn this off. Stop installing the device driver. So it did not listen to me when I said boot USB devices first. That is okay. I forgive it. I'll blow my nose. My knee hurts. From sitting on it like that. Alright. Attempt number 2. Dude, what the fuck? The checksum is good. Why won't this boot? I don't understand. Boot failure. What do you mean? There's just no reason for it. That's the thing. There's no reason for it. It doesn't make any sense. I've never had to deal with this bullshit before. Never. That other system, it's the same ISO. It's the same one. It just works. Apparently not here for some reason. Okay. Okay, I'm missing something. Something's up. There is something up. What is this guy? Is this guy... What are you? Tell me who you are. Who are you? Go to disk manager. CFI. Okay. So. Okay. So this guy's UEFI. But I mean, UEFI or not, it does not seem to be working. Okay. We're gonna install this one. We're just gonna install this one and see what it does. I don't know. I don't know why this other flash drive has Enterprise on it. The world may never know. Dude, why does that say 23? Dude, it's not that late. There's no way. Can't be that late. There's no way my other clocks are on. Okay. UEFI boot enable. Even though it's retarded. And we're just gonna select. I'm just gonna pick it. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna install Enterprise because I'm tired of it, and there's no difference. There's no difference. It doesn't matter. I don't know why this one works. I have no idea. I have no idea why the 32-bit one works. I have no idea how an ISO with a valid checksum doesn't function. It's beyond me. It's beyond me, and it's frustrating. But also, this USB has all that data on it. Yeah, it's Enterprise. I don't know how Enterprise ended up on here. I literally don't. Because that one is not running Enterprise. But this is the drive that I most likely used to install the operating system on that computer. I don't know. We're gonna let this guy over here real quick.
no idea how I got this operating system. I don't even know. I guess I didn't use this computer because I can't find it anywhere. Nope, it's not here. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna try to boot it on this desktop here. That's what we're gonna freaking do. Then we'll know. Then we'll have a better idea. Does this thing even work? I think it is delete. Boot from this guy. Oh, boot override. That's what I want. Did that not work? Fuck, let's just boot Windows. I don't know how to get to the boot menu, so we're just gonna disable all the boot options except for the USB. We're gonna see what it does. How did you boot into Windows 10? I disabled it. Oh my gosh. You guys hate modern computers. They just won't do what I say. Do what I tell you. Fuck. See, our computer's gonna be all fucking smart because we're also fucking retarded. It's like I don't know.
Like, I must be missing something, right? Like, something's missing, because this boot's just fine. No problems. 64-bit, UEFI, goes. Right? But yeah, I just don't understand. The other thing about this is that this version of, what am I trying to say? This might be a modified installer, because there was a point where I was trying to side load stuff into the installer, like patches and drivers, and this might be this. If this isn't POS Ready 7 somehow, well, I'm expecting it to be not POS Ready 7. But back when I was tinkering with Enterprise, it was because I was trying to side load drivers and patches. So I guess it's probably something that it's probably not going to work, is what I'm saying. It's probably going to go through this whole installation and it's going to fail. Right? That's what it's probably going to do. And it's going to irritate me. Because I've been doing this for 11 hours, and I'm cranky, I'm tired. Oh boy. This is why I hate computers. It's a fucking BIOS, dude. We should have never gone 64-bit. We should have just stayed in 32-bit world. And then we just, I don't know, write good software that doesn't need gobs of memory, right? Is 4 billion bytes of memory seriously not enough? You know? Because it used to be plenty, you know? Everyone was happy with their Windows XP machines, running all of the software they needed. We really never needed any of this. None of this was necessary. We just did it anyway, and now all the software we run today is just, well, it's gotta have it now, because it's all poorly written, hardly optimized, memory leaks everywhere, and yeah, it needs 32 gigabytes of memory for some reason. It's kind of fucking stupid. You know, all these computers have like 16 and 32 gigabytes of memory. Like, if you really think about it, we really haven't actually moved that far, gone that far. You know, like, yeah, it's doubled a couple of times. But that's only just because it had to, based on the standards, you know? Like, when you manufacture DDR4, you know, it's like, it's a 256, I think it's 256 megabyte die. That's just what it is. And so when you get 8 of those and you put them together, the result is an 8 gigabyte stick. So I think they're 1 gigabyte. I think DDR4 dies are, I think the standard size is 1 gigabyte. And not 1 gigabit. Yeah, well, they only make them so small, right? And it usually is they usually double the minimum size, right? So for DDR5, when you're getting DDR5, you're generally buying 16 gigabyte DIMMs. That's kind of like the minimum. It's just what you buy. But I guarantee, like, if you actually tracked how much memory you use on a daily basis, I bet you hardly ever go above 4 gigabytes. Hardly ever. And you only would because you're lazy and you don't close any of your fucking Chrome tabs, because for some reason you just leave them all open and then your computer crashes and they get closed on you anyway, you know? It's like we have all this memory just so we can be lazy and retarded. That's literally all it is. We literally never needed more than 640 kbytes of memory. But look, the border around my windows looks like glass. Ooh. Ah. So annoying. It's like on the one hand, I could just use all new computers, right? I could just put Windows 10 everywhere. But Windows 10 sucks. It's resource intensive, and then I gotta buy all new computers. Oh, it's booting from the flash drive again. So I configured it. See? But this one listens to me, right? That's the difference. Right, I told that desktop over there, hey, don't boot from anything else except the flash drive. And guess what it did? It didn't boot from the flash drive, and instead it booted the Windows Boot Manager off of the SSD. It's like, well, that's odd. I don't remember configuring you to do that. Right? Don't know what happened. Right? Didn't even get power cycle. It didn't even, like, lose power. It just, like, I literally changed it in the BIOS, save and exit, and then it just didn't listen to me, you know? Like I can't stand it when computers don't fucking listen to me. This one listens to me. Why? Because it's literally configured to boot SATA first, but I said, boot USB devices first. And guess what it did? It did exactly what I told it to. On top of the fact that this machine still works, and that machine is going to be in a landfill in 5 years. Because it just is going to stop turning on. This one still turns on. That one won't. So as a result, that's why I'm using all this old shit. Because guess what? This old shit is still working. Did it boot the hard drive? Or is it failing to boot the hard drive? I think it is just failing to boot the hard drive, actually. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure this is a modified installer, and it's no good. Well, there's I think I can just do that, right? Yeah.
There's one thing I can do, and that is to yank USB. See what it does.
I assume it's not gonna do it. Oh. I guess it will. Damn, this asshole didn't listen to me. Damn, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to check the BIOS to make sure that it actually did save. You know what? I think the Windows Boot Manager is present on both devices. And I think the Windows Boot Manager looks for installations and then finds them, and then probably just picks that one anyway. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Yeah, other than that, I have no idea why it didn't do what I told it to. It's annoying. I want to go to bed. Because I know that this is not the operating system I want. Maybe I just skip Rufus and I just dump the contents of the ISO onto a flash drive. Dude, maybe I write it to a DVD. Yo, I should write it to a DVD. That would be fire. I think I do have a DVD of Windows 7 Ultimate somewhere. From forever ago. A long time ago. And then I've got a Linux boot CD hanging out somewhere. And then I've got, I think I have a Windows XP Professional SP3. They're somewhere. But I mean, I don't. I have I have flash drives now, so I don't really need those. Weird. One thing I will say is that Windows 10 is a fairly snappy operating system overall. And it also installs very quickly. That might just be because of the hardware it's being installed on, being vastly superior to what this is right now. In any case, it does work. Like, it does work pretty well, right? And that's fine. But I think it looks stupid. Like, the interface is clean, but it's almost too clean. It's so clean that it's kind of, looks like they barely tried. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and there are 8 different colors of gray on my laptop screen right now in Windows Explorer. Why are there 8 different colors of gray? There should be 1 color of gray. Or maybe 2. Not 8. I don't know. I've always felt like it looked kind of weird. Oversimplified to the point of just lacking character in any way. Windows 7 UI though, absolutely nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I think it's better than Windows XP, for sure, in terms of user interface. And then also in terms of software compatibility, because yeah, the Windows NT5's API is apparently just so different that you just like can't really backport anything without crazy amounts of effort. So it makes sense that kind of got left behind. But it's really annoying when all these people who make software just like drop support for Windows 7 because they're like, oh, it's no longer supported. Goodbye. And then that's it. It's like, it's kind of annoying. It's very annoying. Because it's the same. Alright. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna, maybe we just run Enterprise because I'm tired. And I don't feel like dealing with bullshit anymore. So what was the name of it? What did I call it? Local stream. Obviously no password, obviously no updates. Obviously, Eastern. I don't think they did what I told it to. I accidentally hit enter. I should have. I don't know. It's still May 2nd, right? No way, it's May 3rd. Okay. I was gonna say, I was gonna be mad if it was May 3rd. Okay, yeah, this is definitely just Windows 7 Enterprise. And it's not a modified copy of Point of Sale Ready. But is it a modified copy of Enterprise? Any modifications I would have made really just would have been including drivers, but I mean none of those drivers are applicable to this system, so they'll just, if they're there, they'll just sit there in the driver store and do nothing. So I guess it's not that big of a deal. Service Pack 1. 4 gigabytes. 4 whole gigabytes. Memory total 491. Alright. What? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay.
Put the flash drive back in.
So we can install the drivers. This guy. We're just gonna run it from the flash drive actually. We can just do that. Yeah. Because the first thing it does is it's self-extracting. It'll just put it on my C drive and run it from there anyway.
So yeah, definitely gotta do this first because I'm tired of looking at this terrible UI. I want to do the rest of my work in style. I assume that I better make sure that's actually going to see. It is. Yep. Do it. If it says it's not compatible, I'm just gonna like die. Okay. Put the mouse in. I'm just not keyboarding this because it was just not meant to be keyboarded. I'm also getting tired of hitting the tab key a million times. Driver only. Factory reset. gonna get as far as I wanted to, but that's okay.
You know what it's gonna do? I bet it's gonna go from that freaking USB drive again.
Maybe it's fine that it runs Enterprise. Maybe I don't really care. Disable. We'll just do that. Now it should boot the hard drive. I like how it doesn't remove the cursor. The cursor just like flashes in the corner and then gets left in the frame buffer. Like it's not actually there, it's just like left behind. It's kind of funny. Wow, look at that. You can barely see it from here.
Oh, is it even working over there? Oh, it might not work. Oh, it does work. Let's go. Capture card only does up to 60 FPS.
Ow. So as a result, if it goes up past 60, it glitches out. I gotta install those patches.
No, I don't. I gotta move my water bottle because it's in the way. I can't see. Ooh, you know what? You know what? I don't think it's gonna let me enable the Arrow glass theme until I activate. I think that's what they did. I think they did that. Windows 7 Basic. Oh, let's go, dude. That's the Windows 7 that I know. Well, except I never used this one. I did that, and then I would.
That's pretty much about how I used Windows 7.
The transparency was kind of annoying, actually, but I really did just like it the way it was without it. Yeah, something about
I don't really like I don't really like transparency.
like I have it disabled in frickin' Windows 10. I've pretty much always disabled transparency. I kind of hate it. I wish it always looked like that. That's the one thing I wish I could do. I wish all programs was just always here instead of me having to click all programs. This is the way it should look. Alright. Let's that was fun. Now it's time to be realistic. Now we go to control panel, we go to system, we go to advanced settings, someday. Boom. Nope. I clicked Windows Firewall apparently. I meant to click System. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Advanced System settings. Settings. We smooth scroll list boxes. Yeah, that's it. Hey, that's much better. That's what Windows is supposed to look like. Although, where is... There's a thing you can do to make text make more sense. Because the text is always kind of hard to... The basic text is a little hard to read. I mean, it's fine, but it's just not as nice as the other text. And then we go here and no sounds. Is there a microphone? Oh. I don't know. Oh, the HDMI splitter has one. No? Disable. Okay. And now, we make some changes. I nailed it. 36. Yep. Oh, this is a different color. Oh, and then inactive title bar. Inactive title bar. I just did the same dark gray color. That's fine for now. That's not my keyboard. That's not my keyboard. Alright. That's much better. And I think I will keep the clock on this one. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, getting closer. What else? I don't know if I want to run the updates just yet, because it's a, it's a process. Install some drivers. You think you get multiple of this in folders? I don't think so. Sure. Move that to the desktop. Copy that to the desktop. Copy this to the desktop. Copy that to the desktop. I'll restart later. What else? Moving that. Can copy this to the desktop. And that. And that. What is this? I don't remember. I probably installed it though. Alright. Sure. Wait, start menu. Be better. Once again, you just get VLC. probably should not be installing so many things all at the same time, especially considering it's a hard drive. I'm just gonna have to defrag it later, I suppose. Oh well. I'm not installing Rec Central. Recentral. Whatever the heck. Dude, where is it? Oh, I can switch the drivers around on the fly? I just click it? No way! What? That's crazy. This is taking many minutes to install this. Oh, it's bugged out. It's probably my bad. Boom. What else? What else? Oh yeah, this guy. Yep. Boom. There he is. Oh sure, yeah. Latest version of .NET Framework. Go right ahead. Oh. Oh yeah. That's what this guy's doing. This guy's bugged out. Taking too long. There are. Something's up. Okay, yeah. Why does it open two setup applications? We're gonna do this one first and then that one. No, it's not. gonna repair it? Oh, it's gonna not respond. That's great. Yeah. I don't know. This guy's gonna need an SSD at some point. Oh. I need a USB extension because my mouse won't reach. I don't know what the studio monitor is. Integration for Skype Gold, 2 meetings. Probably don't need that. I don't need the test pattern generator. Studio monitor. Probably like drivers, right? Guess it's gonna install that .NET update anyway. I wonder if it's trying to connect to the internet to install that. One thing I've never been able to stand about Windows is the fact that the desktop is like the highest level of organization for your system, which isn't a problem except for when you go to user, and then there's desktop. I don't know, it's just weird. But, and then of course, right, they show up on in the desktop folder. This should have been named something else. It shouldn't have been called desktop. It should have been called something like system. You know. Actually, I probably should have run the update pack before all this other stuff. Update pack just takes forever though. Just run it anyway. The hard drive is just crying right now. Can't handle it. Poor hard drive. I should have put that SSD in. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, like, I knew it would be slow. But this is just a little bit too slow. This is gonna take a while, huh?
I wonder at what point YouTube is gonna cut off my stream. Or maybe not cut off my stream, but cut off the recording of it. Because I mean, I'm just sending data to YouTube, and they're storing it for me. You know, I don't know. Can I just Can I just send it forever? Can I just like leave the stream running forever? Go to bed right here. 7 hours of me sleeping at 720p, 60 FPS. Here you go, Google. 20 more gigabytes. Hey Google, 20 more gigabytes. I suppose I could pull up I haven't had the Google chat, the YouTube chat pulled up, like, at all. I just assume there's no one watching on YouTube. It's literally too much effort to try to have 2 chats pulled up. I think I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna try really hard not to fall asleep, but I might fall asleep. Who's even watching a Twitch stream at 11:30 p.m.? Is anybody even on Twitch at this hour? What is going on Twitch at this hour? Damn, there's a lot of people watching. Although I wonder how much of this is like rerun stuff. Well, reruns or not, people are still watching. What about if I just go to browse and I go to the specific category I'm streaming in? 843 viewers, okay. It's not bad. I wonder how many of them are bots, though. How does a femboy get 22 viewers? Wild. Dev cat. Catsy gay panics more at the Wolfman. Okay. Sure, dude. Can realistic space dogfight be fun? That's a great question.
Dude. Okay, so it's a little bit small. little bit small. Is this dude completely standing? Yeah, so it is a bit small. Do we care at the moment? I don't think we care at the moment. So I think it's good enough. It's good enough. So we are about 12 meters wide, and what is it, 8 meters tall. It's kind of small, but it's fine. That's good. Okay. So main ship graphics. So let's commit this. Main space ship graphics. Okay. So, and then we go into the difficult part.
I wasn't sure if the VTubers got more views. It seems like starting from the bottom, the further up you go, the more VTubers you see. However, there's a 50-50 mix of like I don't want to say normal people necessarily, but you know. This dude's got 33 viewers. Top VTuber. And it's like a model with 3/4 of her tits hanging out. And I'm just like, what? Not even to mention all the other ones that are just like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Yeah, 143 viewers in this category right now. Considering earlier in the day it was only at like 1,100. It's not that big of a change. I mean, just like dropped by like 20%, if that. So. Something. Oh, don't you fall asleep on me. You're not allowed to fall asleep.
back to the VTuber thing. I think the problem with VTubers is that it just kind of solidifies the idea that you're interacting with a fake human being. You know? Like, most Twitch streamers are fake, right? They're putting on a show. They're not just like doing what they normally do without the camera, but with the camera, right? So in a sense, they're all fake, but at least you see a face. There's like a personality of a person. But what the VTuber does is they say, no, there is no person. You're interacting with a painting that moves, right? So even though whether it's an actual face or a virtual face, in either case, the person is generally fake. It's just weird that it kind of solidifies that idea, right? Because before it was sort of not really as apparent, but now it's very apparent. And yet, despite that, people are still just watching it anyway. You know, it's like what are you even watching at that point? You know, it's like a cartoon. It's like a cartoon person. You know, cartoons are for children, unfortunately. Why the hell does your cartoon have big tits? I've got no fucking clue. But that's weird as shit. I mean, what's even weirder is the fact that people are just like watching that shit all day. Maybe not all day, every day, sure, but probably like at least an hour. You know, find it hard to believe you'd watch a live stream for only like 10 minutes, right? I don't know, actually. I don't know what the Twitch demographic is like. The only thing I can really think of, the only things I've really only ever thought of regarding how people use Twitch is that you're either just dropping in to see what's going on for like 10 minutes, or you have it pulled up on like a second monitor and it's just going. And it's just one of those things that like you look over, you know, probably a couple times a minute. You know. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, maybe there are people that actually just watch VTubers and stare at the screen intently for 3 hours, consuming the content provided to them by Twitch. I don't know. I couldn't imagine anyone watching this stream for what? It's been like 11 hours now. Something ridiculous. It's probably been like 12 hours at this point. We're gonna finish these updates. Just gonna restart a bunch of times, whatever. Once it's restarted for the last time, I am going to bed. Because I am exhausted.
Why is it installing Internet Explorer 11? Bro, I don't want Internet Explorer 11. What am I gonna use that for? Nothing? Why would you even include that? Whatever. Tell you what though, I bet watching a VTuber is more entertaining than this. So, I guess there's that. Somehow it's more entertaining. I think for most people it would be more entertaining. Me, probably make me want to blow my brains out. Would rather watch paint dry. Oh, what are these updates? Freaking Internet Explorer. What did those two error out? Probably because... No, actually, I don't know. Those might not be Internet Explorer related. Nope, don't do that. Wake up. Sure. Oh yeah, you're not downloading anything. No sir. Just, I assume we gotta just restart. Let's check task man. Yeah.
Yep. Stage 1 of 4? I've never seen stage 1 of 4 before. I don't remember if the other one did that, honestly. But 4 stage updates. Dang. Was it gonna boot from the USB? No, good. Oh, I should have disabled the ability to boot from USBs, actually. So, yeah, that never happened. Which is a good thing. Not sure what happened to the other 2 stages, but I guess we're on stage 4. Four stages of updates, like 4 stages of cancer.
I'm waiting, Windows. I'm waiting. Oh, it's May 3rd. This is gonna wreak havoc on my sleep schedule. I can't remember the last time I was up this late. I don't think I've been up this late. No, I have been up this late past weekends. Not for a while though. Maybe like a weekend in February. March. Some random one. Probably like the second or third time.
Oh. Okay. So we're gonna run this again. We're also gonna empty this.
We're gonna get those last two updates.